It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show. With everyone's favorite, we've never been late before, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? It's Tuesday. Aren't you excited for the Tuesday stream?
Hey now! Look, we're early, guys. We're not late today.
Of course, always starting early. Yes.
3 minutes early. Ah, suckers.
Look at that. And instead of talking about all the stuff we like to talk about off stream, I just figured, why don't we just talk about it on stream?
Oh, okay.
Sitch is obviously
What are we talking about on
completely in the dark because, look, Sitch, I don't know what your media diet's like. I try to do a little left wing media, a little right wing media. I'm convinced your media diet consists 100% of Scott Adams, and that is absolutely the only thing that you can consume.
No, that is not true. I mean, I do listen to him pretty frequently, but I was actually just listening to the Hill today. The Rising, right?
Oh,
so no, I listen to a bunch
this
of
is
stuff.
new, right? Though you just started listening to the Hill since I turned you on to
right.
Them.
No,
like,
I
these
listen
people
to a bunch
crazy.
of stuff. Especially when we're looking for. I didn't have a lot of time to do stuff yesterday, but usually, I'm looking for news stories that we're covering every day. So I'm looking through a crap ton of different things.
The Hill is good. They have a good left-right thing going, trying to hit the centrist market. They're convinced that mainstream media has become so polarized. Breaking Points is another one that does the kind of centrist-y, one person on the left, one person center left, one person center right. That's
right.
Good. I think obviously the Young Turks is moving in that direction since Anna's kind of trying to take the I'm going to get the facts right, more moderate position. I actually was listening to Young Turks yesterday, and Anna brought up a book that she said everyone should read. Do you know what book it was?
Yeah, I do, because I saw.
Did you really?
Yeah, I've been watching the Young Turks recently. Yeah,
oh, okay, cool. What book is it?
It's your favorite book.
Yes. Well, not my favorite, but it's up there in the top 3.
Yeah.
What was it?
It was your favorite book. I told you.
Tell everyone.
No, I didn't see it. I just read that up.
Tell everyone.
I have no clue.
Look at you. Look at you. Look, that's bad for your authenticity, man. Don't gaslight our audience.
I'm trying to gaslight you. But,
she brought up Why Nations Fail. Why Nations Fail, and said everyone should read Why Nations Fail.
Well, good for her.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah, look, since I was watching the Young Turks, I do know what's going on with the Fetterman story. You brought up the Fetterman story before the stream began.
I saw lots of people were mad at Fetterman. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people.
Quite clear why.
Lots of people are ready to just kick Fetterman in the dick. Get out of here, punk. Knee him in the nuts.
Right.
We're done with you. But you didn't know why.
No.
You took a guess.
The TYT video I saw was about the Hitler remarks.
Yes.
The Trump Hitler stuff, yeah.
Which I didn't think their coverage was particularly good on that, to be honest with you. I mean, Anna's coverage is always sparkling, but Jank's coverage, Anna gets it. Anna understands that there is a political game going on here, and that Trump says incendiary stuff like this oftentimes to get attention.
Of course.
Right, he's just it's a cynical political ploy. I think Sauger said similar comments on Breaking Points, where he said, obviously this is incendiary language, I'm not going to endorse it, it's awful and he shouldn't be doing it. But here we are talking about it on our show, right? Here we all are talking about it. And also, it's just so many people are so used to being to Trump being called a Nazi since Charlottesville that it's just does it have an effect?
No, probably not. I mean, well, I think it hasn't. So Trump made this comment where he said immigrants are coming from all around the world, from mental institutions. That was kind of a new one. I was like, what? Okay.
Just throw it in there. Get the press talking. Get the MSM all warmed up.
He said they're poisoning the blood of our country.
Right.
These people that are coming into our country. It's funny.
Hmm.
I think he said it, and I think he realized he shouldn't have said it because then he kind of did like the weird trying to sort of save himself by just using the same metaphor or the same not metaphor, but the same adjective. Because he said they've poisoned mental institutions and prisons all around the world, and I was like, oh, all right, like okay, sure.
The
Um,
globalists?
what?
Who's they?
The immigrants that are coming into our country,
Oh, okay.
right?
Gotcha.
And he's like, not just in South America, but from all over the world. And I was like, and then he, talked about how crime is going to increase because of, the immigrants. Um, Now obviously I don't, from what I'm aware of, I don't think we have that much crime from illegal immigrants anyway. I don't think that's like the bulk of U.S. crime is from illegal immigrants. So it was like a weird statement. It's definitely heightening up people being xenophobic, which I'm not in favor of. And obviously, hearkening to talking about like poisoning the blood of our country, it sounds pretty fucking racist when you kind of frame it in that way. It kind of invokes the image, at least to me, of like there's a quote American stock, American blood, American genetic material that is being poisoned by outsiders. I think that is like not.
American genetic material.
Well, I mean, that's what to me when you say like that's like this kind of imagery that comes to my mind,
The
and we talk about
DNA of America.
right. And I think that, I think that's very irresponsible to do, to kind of use that kind of language and all that stuff. I think it's gross, blah, 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 blah. But, putting all that aside, I don't believe, so I think it's all gross and you shouldn't have said that, but I don't believe the idea, people are like hearkening this to some speech that Hitler made, where he just said something like, he didn't say it the same way that Trump said it, but he just made some kind of comment about like nations fall because their stock was poisoned, by immigrants or outsiders or whatever. And I'm
Maybe
like,
we
I
should
don't.
get the real quote. I don't know. I feel like
Well, okay, I'll
this
look
sounds
at it. I'll try to
so
bring it up, but it's
incendiary.
like it's not close. He says Hitler said all great cultures of the past perished only because the originally creative race died out from blood poisoning. Right. So to me, I'm like, well, that doesn't really sound close enough to what Trump said for people to make the comment that he like intentionally read this Hitler quote, remembered it, and then did this thing in his speech. They sound way too far apart in my mind, um, to kind of make that connection. There's some weird story about how in 1990, his wife or his first wife, I guess, Ivana Trump, made some comments that Trump had a book of Hitler speeches next to his bed that he would read before he went to sleep.
Oh
And
my.
I was like, that's
That,
weird. And it's from 1990, so I'm like, okay, so this is before any political stuff. But then also I looked it up, and I think this was around the same time they're getting a divorce. So that kind of makes the
oh,
whole
okay.
thing suspect anyway. Because I'm like, oh, well, okay, like is that a trustworthy source? So. My final verdict is, I think it's a kind of xenophobic thing for Trump to say. Gross, shouldn't have said it, but I don't really think it's a Hitler comment.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do agree that I do think that he's saying incendiary stuff deliberately to get people talking about him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I agree. Well,
And
yeah, he is doing it for that reason, and but I also think it unfortunately, I think it does activate a lot of the more radical elements in the right when he says things this like that.
yeah. Yeah, the dictator's handbook, why bad behavior is good politics.
Yeah.
So he does this incendiary Hitler quote, which all the
Well, again, I don't think it's a
actual
Hitler quote, but
okay, well he does this incendiary Hitler-esque like
okay,
saying, right?
okay,
And all the people who love Hitler in the
right,
Republican Party are all just hearing the dog whistles. Oh, look, he's our guy. They're completely energized, right? All the moderates who think that they've banished all the people who hate Hitler from the Republican Party, they think that the mainstream media, who also hears it as Hitler-esque, going after him, are all lying because,
right,
they're all just pretending that he's saying something incendiary when he really is just saying, look, it's a joke. He's not saying
right.
anything incendiary. It's just, it gets everyone all jacked up.
Yep.
It's all these different competing voices all are suddenly aligned around we need to get Trump elected for all competing in different reasons,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
all contradictory and competing reasons. Yeah, it's all fun stuff.
I
The
mean, fun in a messed up, dark way, but yes.
well, I mean, yeah, of course, fun in a well, the fourth turning is here kind of
Right,
way.
right.
So back to the Fetterman thing.
So what's the Fetterman story?
So what were you saying? What was your take? What
Well,
did
I
you
said
think it
I
was?
don't. All I heard was that people were mad at him because something about, I saw a video. Vosh was mad at him. I saw some other people on the left were mad at him. I thought it was something to do with immigration and not supporting some kind of labor movement or something.
I heard, well, Young Turks did a video on it, and it was because he was supporting Israel, and he's not a
Okay.
progressive anymore.
Hmm.
And I think he actually said, "I'm not a progressive." Fetterman came out and said he's not a progressive when he'd been
Fetterman told
raising.
NBC News, "I'm not a progressive."
There you go, yeah.
He literally said it. I mean, base,
And
right?
he's been raising money all this
Hmm.
time off of progressives. So progressives, this is the thing we were talking about on the Sunday stream. You were
Right.
saying someone lied. Are they going to suffer a
Right.
backlash?
Consequences.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, this guy is suffering some
Did
consequences.
he
I guess
say
we'll
he
see
was a
how it plays out.
progressive? Did he say that at some point?
I mean,
I
they
thought he
did.
kind of ran as like a populist left type, and that can be interpreted as either, well, could be either like A, a literal communist, or B, just a person who is very, you know, um, kind of like an old school Democrat who wants to regulate businesses and stop immigration, which might be what he is.
In the TYT video, they
Yeah.
never showed any evidence that he came out and said, I am unabashedly a progressive.
Hmm.
They did say he was doing a lot of sucking up to Bernie Sanders
Sure.
and virtue signaling progressive virtues.
Well, Bernie used to be anti-immigration until he wasn't. So,
Why look where I don't know what this is. Did you pull up a story where he's anti-immigration?
yes, from
I
this, yeah.
okay. What is the immigration
Well,
angle
let's see. It
here?
says, Fetterman, he said, "I'm not a progressive. I just think I'm a Democrat that is very committed to choice and other things. But with Israel, I'm going to be on the right side of that. And immigration is something near and dear to me. I think we do have to effectively address it." Fetterman insisted he can be pro-immigration while also favoring policies to restrict the flow of migration to manageable levels, disagreeing with progressives who oppose new limits on asylum and bash some of the ideas in the negotiations as cruel. It's a reasonable conversation, he said, until somebody can say there's an explanation on what we can do when 270,000 people are being encountered on the border, not including the ones, of course, that we don't know about. To put that in reference, that is essentially the size of Pittsburgh, the second largest city in Pennsylvania.
All right.
Um,
So the Republicans and Democrats are negotiating over a bill that would increase border funding, and the Republicans are tying it to funding for Ukraine and Israel.
mhm,
So that's why all that is tied up together.
right.
So, yeah.
Well, again, I mean, the immigration stuff is getting out of control. Um, I mean, listen, it seems like it's getting out of control from, the pictures and numbers I see when they talk about how many people are showing up. Again, and I'll just say this every time we talk about it, I don't know why there isn't a big push from really anyone to end asylum status granted, being able to even be granted on the border. I don't see how this could possibly end until that policy ends or changes. Because that's the issue, right? You just don't want all these people just showing up, showing up, showing up, showing up, showing up. So you have to just stop that behavior. You have to say, well, if you show up, it doesn't matter. You're not getting in for any reaon.
Don't shouldn't they just flip the open sign around, flip it to closed?
Just
You know, it
slip of
has
the clothes,
closed on
right?
one
Yeah.
side, open on the other. Just flip the sign.
Well,
They
it's weird.
forgot.
It's interesting to me that so you have like, the Democrats used to be, more in favor of restricting immigration, and they would kind of do it along the lines of helping the American worker, which is definitely true-ish to an extent, depending on what industry you work in. And it's weird to me that like Fetterman coming out and just basically saying, we need to do something about immigration to limit it is like being cast by some people as like, oh my God, he's like a fake progressive. It's like, well, why? Like, what are you talking about? you guys were the ones that were saying that you weren't pro open borders. I mean, is this just a mask slip for some of the people that are mad about this? They just want complete open borders here? Because I haven't even seen like what is, it doesn't look like to me that he's made some sort of specific policy prescription that they're mad about. It's just him saying that something needs to be done.
I don't know who the they is. TYT was very specific about
Hmm.
they're trying to get is funding for Israel cut.
Right.
Their whole narrative is that American bombs are killing innocent Palestinian children,
Right.
and
Sure.
they don't want Fetterman to be on anywhere near that. They didn't bring up the immigration aspect of it at all in their story. So,
Sure. Well, maybe, yeah, but they're probably more moderate on that issue. So they just only care about the Israel stuff.
right. But they did say he's pretty much dead to them.
Because of the Israel stuff?
No, because he's a fake progressive, because
Oh,
he
oh, oh,
lied
oh,
to
oh.
them.
Sure, sure, sure,
Right.
sure, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting to me how these things get tied and get like, why is having, like, what does being a progressive even mean at this point? Like, why is having an opinion, what is Fetterman's opinion on Israel to just let Israel do whatever it wants?
I don't know what his opinion is. Look, I didn't look at that.
Like,
He's
why is that not a, let's
he's
see, he
he's in favor
says,
of sending funding to Israel. The whole
right.
goal is to like stop the funding to Israel.
He says, I fully support Israel neutralizing the terrorists responsible for this barbarism. Okay, but what does
Look,
that
he used
mean?
a
Yeah.
conservative word, barbarism.
Barbarism. Yeah, you're right.
Man,
Hmm.
I listened to another one of those videos where the people who were tasked with preparing the bodies for burial were discussing all the horrible things that he did on October 7th, and it is grisly.
Sure, of course. I agree.
It is horrifying.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I mean, it's weird again if the progressives tie themselves into lax immigration policies and not supporting Israel. I think those are both, I don't know how many people, no one actually, I don't think most American voters give a crap about Israel. Like they talk about it, but they're not going to vote one way or the other for it. It's not something they care about. The young kids care about, the internet cares about, but like the actual normie voter doesn't, not going to vote for anyone on any issue relating to Israel. They don't care. Um,
Well, I do think the evangelicals care, and
no, right.
obviously the
Okay.
Jewish people
Let me be
care,
clear.
which are
No
a
one, yeah,
huge voting
no one
bloc.
whose vote is undecided cares about Israel. Okay. Like, yes, there are the very Christian people, but they're going to vote Republican basically no matter what. Um,
That's a good point.
yeah. But the immigration thing, I do think could definitely sway people one way or the other. And I think if the progressives are going to like hitch themselves to being lax in immigration, that's going to be like, not quite as bad as the Republicans hitching themselves to getting rid of abortion, but it's going to be close, I think. I think it's definitely going to be an issue. And if the immigration levels continue as what they are, I think the issue is only going to expand, expand, expand in coming into 2024.
Yeah, immigration is the thing that the Republicans care about.
Hmm.
I can't remember. I think we were talking to Jank, and I looked up the issues that matter most to progressives and conservatives.
Hmm.
Yeah. The only thing I remember about it was that I was surprised how much climate change, how much progressives really care about climate change.
Well, it's
You
been there.
never hear about it in conservative media.
I mean, the fear over climate change has been like one of the guiding issues of progressives for the last, 8 years, 10
Right.
years maybe. Now, it hasn't really, it's kind of fallen out of favor in the mainstream news cycle. Isn't talked about too much anymore. I don't know if that's just because there's no weird weather events happening currently at the moment, because that's usually what happens, right? There's some kind of weird weather event, and then everyone starts talking about climate change because the assumption is we're going to blame climate change for the weird weather event. And right now, at least in America, there isn't anything weird. You just had that volcano going on in Iceland, but that obviously doesn't have anything to do with climate change. So,
Right. Anyway, I didn't
anyway,
prepare to talk about the issues, but I am curious about them. We should do a full stream just on that.
Sure.
I have a couple videos to watch, but I also want to talk. I sent you a link to the poll that we put up. And
Oh,
this
that's
wasn't my
interesting.
idea. This was
Cat branch.
Kat Branchman. Is that her
Yeah.
name? Kat Branchman asked us to do this poll. We got into a discussion on the Sunday stream about Christianity. And I have this broad argument that societies need people to embrace the idea of forgiveness, embrace the value, I guess the virtue. Is this virtue ethics here? Ver- um, Embrace the virtue of forgiveness. And I argued that the main theme of Christianity is forgiveness, and that since a lot of people are Christian, and even our secular holidays have like a Christian history to them, that this is what's putting this meme of forgiveness into our society, and that the people who just are fully secular, they don't want any religion, they haven't put up a compelling way to get forgiveness into the society. Now, if you want to say, we're just going to make a bunch of movies that embody forgiveness, I do think there are a lot of movies that do embody forgiveness,
Hmm.
isn't there?
Sure.
There is John Wick, which is a good movie about forgiveness. Oh, wait a second. I there is there is Taken, which is a good movie about. Oh, wait.
Now, there you go. No,
Are there
listen, there
movies
are
about
movies.
forgiveness?
Yeah, right. Listen, there are non-action movies. There are, character family dramas that are about, learning to forgive your parents or whoever wronged you, letting go, moving on with your life.
Right.
But yeah, they're not action movies generally. Action movies do not generally have a theme of forgiveness to them because forgiving people usually leads to less action, not more. Less conflict, not more conflict.
Well,
Okay,
see
that's
that, but
why.
that's my argument why it's good for society, but bad
Yes,
for action movies, right?
there you
The
go.
the
There you
Death
go.
Wish series about forgiveness, it's not as fun.
It's gonna end in like the first 10 minutes of the movie, right?
Right. Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
So we put this poll up, and I'm curious, Sitch, if this is evidence. Well,
Well, yeah,
go ahead. My
someone in the replies put a good quote here
Mhm.
from the New Testament. It's from Matthew 6:14. It says, "For if you forgive men their trespasses." Well, I like this translation of it better because more clear. If you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
So that
and
that plays
people.
very strongly into sort of what you're saying about how there is a very strong meme of forgiveness embedded within Christianity.
Yes, there was a lot of people quoting a lot of different Bible passages that I
Yeah.
had forgotten. I walked away from Sunday school with this just hammered in my head.
Right.
So I don't remember all the stories and whatnot. And like I've said a million times, I've grown up to be an atheist, but I still think reflexively I understand the power of forgiveness. And even coming at it from a scientific perspective, I do think that there's a lot of study that's been done about how forgiveness is both better culturally and better individually, because you can just tear up your life if you don't let things
Hmm.
go. And forgiveness is as much useful for you as it is for society, because you can move on. Move on. So the poll was, is it your understanding that forgiveness is one of the most important foundations of Christianity? Also, if you think forgiveness is important, but there is an idea that is more important than forgiveness, let us know what that idea is in the comments below the poll. I read a bunch of the comments. I'm not sure I read them all. There's 258 comments. A big one was love, which I do think, is love thy neighbor is kind of a prerequisite of forgiveness. But the results are 49% said yes, forgiveness is essential to Christianity, and I am a Christian, and 42% said yes, essential, I'm not a Christian. So that comes out to 90, 1% say yes, forgiveness is essential, and 9% say no, it's not essential, and that's 3% who are Christians and 6% who are not Christians. So this 3% of Christians that don't think forgiveness is essential. Listen, guys, that's a failure of you guys at church. Okay, you need to beat these people harder. Okay,
Right, right.
how,
Well,
how have you lost them?
I think you made a mistake in how
Mhm.
you did this poll.
Oh, okay,
Um,
we can do
because
another poll.
the question that we were kind of debating was, is forgiveness like is that the primary thing in which you define Christianity as? Because we were kind of this conversation that for you, like if you're like, okay, if you ask a person like what's the one thing that you think Christianity is all about, you're saying it's all about forgiveness. Um,
Mhm.
but the question you asked is forgiveness essential? Which I think it's a different question. Because yeah, forgiveness is essential, obviously, to Christianity, but is that the singular defining characteristic that people would say if they're asked to say, like, what's the one thing it's all about?
Well, that you're going to get obviously things all over the place.
Right, right. But that would be the more, I mean, that'd be the more complicated because you'd have to have you'd have all these different answers as to what it's about.
So this is
Um,
not enough evidence for you, is what you're
Well,
saying.
not for the conversation we
Okay,
were having. I agreed begin from the beginning of our conversation that forgiveness is an important part of Christianity, and I think Christianity can teach that idea in a very powerful way. But I would imagine, because I mean, obviously, this is personally from what I've heard from multiple other people that are Christian, every person, depending on what sect they are, depending on what kind of church they go to, they have a different experience about what is emphasized and what is not emphasized. And I think what happened, I think it was very clear is that the church that you went to, this idea of forgiveness was very front center. It was very emphasized. I don't know if that's the case with other people. Other people are telling me that was not their experience, but I don't know like what that means statistically, you
so
know.
this poll had 4,200 people respond to it.
Right.
Well, how would you like to word the poll to better convince you that forgiveness is an important meme that Christianity is putting into the culture?
I don't disagree with what you said. I disagree with. I do
Okay.
agree with what you just said. Yeah. That wasn't what we were disagreeing about.
What were we disagreeing
We
about?
were disagreeing about you had said that forgiveness was the primary thing of Christianity.
Right.
And I said, I don't know if that's the case.
Right.
Right. If you want to amend that to just forgiveness is an important part of Christianity and Christianity helps push that in the culture, then I'm not going to I agree. I think it does.
Okay. So this convinces you that Christianity is putting the meme of forgiveness into the culture. Like the central disagreement, I think, is over whether, well, first of all, you agree that forgiveness is important and needs to be put in the culture.
Obviously. Yeah.
I think the disagreement was you were saying you weren't sure that Christianity was doing that.
No, again, no, the disagreement was what I said it was a second ago, but the further extrapolate disagreement was there are, if we're going to take our Thomas Sowell quote here, okay, everything has trade-offs, right? And I feel like you're a little too focused on the positive trade-offs of Christianity and not enough on the negative trade-offs that Christianity can also embed in the culture,
Right. Such as.
such as obviously anti-LGBT sentiments, obviously, bigotry of all types, obviously just being closed-minded to everyone, saying, you have to believe what I believe very strictly, or, you're wrong or bad or should be, exercised from the community.
Okay.
I mean, like it's the problem, the issue here is if you read the Bible, okay, that's part of why I read that Matthew quote. Because I read that Matthew quote and it's like, oh, this Matthew quote is like super big in forgiveness. There's another quote I should have saved it. Um, that came up around the Satan statue. And some people were throwing out quotes about, or Jesus was saying things that seemed to be the opposite of forgiveness, or Jesus was saying things that seemed to be the opposite of tolerance. Um, the problem I have with the Bible, both the Old and the New Testament, is that it's long enough and broad enough that you can basically cherry pick almost anything you want out of the Bible in its totality if you do that. Now, I think you can make an argument that if you take the whole thing as a total work and you can able to distill things that come up in it more than other things, I agree with that. But people don't do that. They'll just cherry pick the elements they want of it. Because as we all know, people start with an answer and then they look for ways to justify their answers. And the
Such
Bible,
as what's going on here.
right. Well, no. What do you mean?
Such as what you're doing right
That's
now.
not what I'm doing right now.
Oh, okay. That you're being completely unbiased. I see.
Yeah, okay. You think it's biased to say that
I think
organized
it's
religion like Christianity has positive and negative trade-offs in our society? Are you denying that there are negative trade-offs in that Christianity has provided in our society?
no, of course not. But that's
Okay,
not
so
the
then
question. The
why are
question
you
is how
saying that
important is
I'm doing
forgiveness to
something biased here?
Christianity?
Wait. Why are you saying I'm being biased by saying something you literally just said you agree with?
Because you're working your way to why this poll doesn't say anything about Christianity.
No, I'm not. I'm not even talking about the poll. I've moved on from talking about the poll. Okay.
Okay.
I guess you weren't following what I was saying. Okay. I said I agree with you, and I don't know how many times I could say it. I agree with you that forgiveness is an important part of Christianity. Obviously, I agreed with that on Sunday. I agreed with that before we ever had a conversation about it because I'm aware of the concept of Jesus is supposed to be dying for the sins of humanity. Like I get the concept, okay? I get it. I get the concept, right? So obviously I get that there's an important part of forgiveness, seen a million of the movies where the guy goes into the Catholic Church and Father, I have sinned. I've seen all that stuff. I get it, right? I get it. My only, so I got all that. And then I said, okay. And I moved the conversation to the next topic, which is that I feel like that when we have these conversations about religion or Christianity specifically, you tend to focus too much on the positive elements of it. And you kind of ignore the potential negative effects of it that have definitely been embedded in our
That's not
society.
that's not remotely true.
Okay.
You're making a complete accusation of something I never did. My whole argument is that we need this meme of forgiveness.
I know.
Christianity is putting it into society.
Yeah.
What other source is putting it into society? And then you're moving the goalpost to like, well, it does all these other bad things too. The only disagreement was whether or not Christianity was putting the meme of forgiveness into society.
That was never the disagreement. I never disagree with that at any point in any conversation we've ever had in the history of us streaming together.
Okay.
So that's why I said I agree with that. And then I was moving on to a different topic, though related, which is that I feel like whenever it comes up, you're
Look,
too positive,
look
right? And if you
again.
say
You're
that, wait, and if you
again.
say,
You're doing
wait,
it again. You're
and if you
doing it
say,
again. You're putting a position on me that I
stop,
do not
stop.
possess. You're
And
putting a position on me that I
I
do
was
not possess. Why do you keep doing that?
okay. I was literally trying to repeat and restate what I was saying so that I could move on, not reclaim that you were
Why
saying
do
that.
you
Okay.
keep putting this
Oh my
position
God,
on
let me
me?
finish the sentence.
The
I
following
was
is a
just saying
conversation
it.
with
I was
Jeff.
literally about to say, okay, I made that claim, and then you said, that's not my claim. And then I said, oh, okay, well, then we could have a conversation about that, but we have to just divorce it from the forgiveness thing because we don't disagree about the forgiveness thing.
Right.
Okay. That's all I was saying.
Look, if you want to take the value of the forgiveness meme and put it up against the con of the anti-LGBT stuff, sure, we can have a conversation about that. The conversation that we had on Sunday, and the reason why Kat asked to do the poll was because there was a disagreement over whether or not Christianity was doing this. And I think if we went back to that
disagreement was that
okay, well, I think
the
if we went back to
disagreement
that story,
was you made a claim. Again, if you want to amend your claim or change it, that's fine. Okay. The claim, that at least that I was arguing on Sunday, was that I don't believe if you asked the majority of Christians, or I said, I don't know. If you asked the majority of Christians, you said, what is the one primary thing, the one trait, the one thing that you would define Christianity as, that they would answer forgiveness. That was what I said on Sunday. Okay.
okay.
Does that make sense? Do you understand that that's a different
Well,
thing than what
I
this?
feel like you're amending what you said just
I
so you can be
didn't.
proven correct on the poll.
No, I didn't. I would never argue in a million years that forgiveness is not an essential part of Christianity. I'd never argued that. If that's what you heard, then you just misheard me, or we were talking past each other on Sunday. That's not what I argued.
Well, I mean, we can go back to the stream, but it's kind of pointless.
Okay.
Anyway, so look,
Listen, you need to
4,200
forgive
people.
me, Adam, for you.
No, look, it's so weird. It's so weird that you'll immediately, it's just, you're so willing to admit that you were wrong
Yeah.
when it's somebody else. But then when it's here and you're obviously wrong, you're like, no, I'm going to the mat. I'm right. It's weird. It's totally
Wait,
weird.
wait. You don't think there's any chance, any possibility that my characterization of my position on Sunday is correct and you're just misremembering it or you misunderstood at the time?
Look, an independent third party
Yeah.
asked to do the poll.
Yeah.
An independent third party weighed in on the poll and said it wasn't looking very good for you. So I just it seems pretty obvious what the poll was about.
Okay.
I was making the claim that Christianity was putting this meme into society. The poll overwhelmingly confirms that. And now you've moved the goalpost to whether or not it's the most important meme in Christianity.
Okay.
But that's okay. We can move on.
Actually, if you look at what Kat said, it was closer to what our disagreement was. Even though when I looked at it at the time and I said, I should probably say something to Adam if he wants to do the poll because it's not quite my position, which was my thought when I saw it, but I never actually said this to you. Because Kat's tweet was, I am so curious now, you guys should poll your audience. Quote, is forgiveness the foundation of Christianity? Okay.
Yes.
Which again is not, when you say something's a foundation, that doesn't mean it's essential. That means, is it the foundation?
So
Is
the
it the base
foundation of
part
something is
of
not
Christianity?
essential.
No. Stop. You understand there's a difference between saying, like,
it's a
what
word
is
difference.
Yeah, but okay, there's a conceptual difference between saying something is essential to something and saying something is the foundation of something, right? Because when you say something is a foundation, that puts in people's minds the idea that this is like the first principle that all other principles are kind of built on top of that lead, to everything else. And if you say something's essential to something, well, it doesn't mean it's the first principle, but it could be an essential part of it, right?
So foundations are non-essential is what you're saying.
That's not. Okay, maybe we should talk about something else.
Look, it's so obvious. You're just arguing like this is motivated reasoning. We're witnessing it right here.
Okay. Well, listen, we could go we could go back, after this and look at Sunday to see what exactly I said. I don't believe I made an argument saying that Christianity was not that forgiveness was not essential to Christianity. I don't believe I made that argument because it's not what I believe. That's not what I believed at the time. So, perhaps there was some kind of miscommunication in that stream. That's not the argument that I made. I don't believe that's the argument I made.
Cool. You're a very gracious loser.
Okay. Did you say the chat is very divided upon whether I'm gaslighting you or you're gaslighting
You are totally
me?
gaslighting me. What are you talking about? Look, it's so obvious. You're like,
Okay.
look, something is essential. It's different than if it's foundational.
Yeah, you don't understand what my argument is when I say that?
I obviously reworded the poll to make it clearer.
I don't think you did.
Right.
I think you made it less clear.
Okay. Look, we can do your poll if you want. That's fine. Look, you word the poll how you think you're going to win the argument. Right. And I'll word the poll for the information that I want.
Mm.
My argument is that forgiveness is being put into the culture via Christianity. I think the poll overwhelmingly proves that.
I never disagree with that at any point in the stream on Sunday.
Yes, you did. Okay. Everyone heard it. Everyone saw it.
I don't
Oh,
think
you're
they. I
so
don't know.
smug. You're so smug about it. Oh my
Okay.
God. It's just,
I wish that
it's infuriating.
I wish that the long streams had transcripts so that we could just go to, because I don't know what part of the conversation this was.
Look,
Um,
we
is there a
settled at
chapter
like,
for it or something? CT, was there a chapter for when we
we
talked about
settled
this?
at like 80-20,
Yeah.
where, I was saying it could be putting like 80% of the people could walk away from Christianity thinking that forgiveness is very important, even essential, maybe even foundational. My the central argument that I'm making is there's this meme, and now you've shifted the goalpost to not only is the meme being put into the culture because it's this meme that's useful culturally, but
Hmm.
now you're saying it's got to be the bedrock. 99% of Christians have to agree that this is the one thing that you can't take out, which is basically what essential means anyway. It's like the poll overwhelmingly proves the argument that I made. Yet you're here just like, well, I was still right. It's just, it's insane to me.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, we can move on. Look, we've
Okay.
established in this live stream that Sitch is not a magnanimous loser.
You see
Okay.
how like I'm trying to create an exit for the conversation without being definitive so that we can move on.
Yeah,
And you're
look,
like, no, you're wrong.
you are so wrong.
Okay.
You are so wrong. You're
Okay.
constantly wrong. But look,
Okay.
everyone
Look at
just look.
this. Okay. Listen, I actually didn't care to go back, but I guess I'm gonna have to because this has become such a important issue. But anyway, we can move on.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
Okay.
go back now.
I
I'm
don't know
game.
where in the stream it is if you want. So if anyone knows the time code where we start talking about forgiveness, you could drop it in the chat or something. Or we could just move on to a different topic.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Okay.
Do we have some super chats to read?
We do. Um, not about this topic though. PC for $5 says, I write down the names of everyone I've forgiven in my notebook. Looks over at the death note. True. True, 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 true. Christian Bar for $10 says, Happy Tuesday, boys. Just got engaged to my girlfriend 5 years on Saturday, and I got my brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She also mentioned she's A-team. She was like, man, this Adam guy is just always right. Shaking my damn head.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Listen, Christian, I don't know. Listen, I know that you're happy you got engaged for 5 years, but that's a red flag right there. You might want
Chris,
to think about something else.
nice way to just totally ruin his proposal, Sitch. But Christian sent me a nice video too of him proposing. So
Oh, really?
fucking
Wow.
congratulations, man.
Congratulations. That's very
Congratulations.
cool.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So they seem like a very nice couple. And, I wish you all the best. It's more people should get married. I wish I would have got married younger, to be honest
Hmm.
with you. So,
Right.
um, but yeah, no, that's awesome. Anyway,
Someone said 2645 in the chat and they lied. That was not the correct time code. Screw you. Okay. Trolling me. Listen
we'll
does
bring it up.
balls.
We'll bring it up after this, guys. After here, I'll find it right now.
Listen does balls specifically for $2 says black shirt and black jacket looks fire, Adam. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, thanks.
The man for 2 Canadian says, you guys watch Godzilla yet? Adam watched it. I didn't watch it. Adam said he liked it. I said I didn't watch it. So
I thought it was great. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to win a bunch of Academy Awards too, which is awesome.
Sammy G, hey Sammy G for $5 says, why does Fetterman look like Xenohort from Kingdom Hearts? I can't believe the only one that sees it. Very sus. Does he look like? Wait a minute. Does he look like Xenohort from Kingdom Hearts? I mean, maybe that's what happened, like when Fetterman like had his, aneurysm or whatever. That was really Xenohort taking over his heart, maybe he became heartless. I mean, I don't think they look that similar. So anyway, I don't know what you're talking about here. I don't see it. They have a completely different facial structure. Xenoheart has like a very like narrow chin, like, you know, he's like Xenoheart is like an upside down triangle with a like a round head, And Fetterman's like a big fat, he's got like a big fat face. They look very different to me. Are you sure you don't just see like white guy with facial hair and you think that they look the same? I don't know. I don't see it. Okay. Dwight Baldwin for $10 says, "Can you guys go over the Hunter Avalone shooting?"
Why?
Yeah, like, well,
What's
what's
there
the
to even
go
do?
over exactly? Um, I don't know. I don't really want to go over like drama stuff unless I like really hate the person, which I don't really hate Hunter or anything like that. I don't really want to go over like weird drama stuff, especially drama stuff that involves real life, harm, and obviously someone, Minecrafted themselves. And then I know people were criticizing like the way that they were talking about it so much on the internet. And like, I mean, I get it. I get there's like a lot of weird stuff going on there, but everyone deals with very crazy situations in their own way. I don't really want to honestly insert myself into that conversation. Sorry. Moondoggy for $10 says, in a lot of shonen anime, there's a lot of forgiveness that goes on. Quote, your enemy today becomes your friend tomorrow, especially when you fight it out. Yeah, it's interesting. And I talked about this before in a previous stream. Um, Now I've never read Journey to the West. Journey to the West is like the famous, I guess Jap is it? No, it's Chinese, right? Sun Wukong, yeah. Like the that famous Chinese, Asian story about the Monkey King kind of doing whatever Monkey King mythos that the Monkey King was doing. And I don't know if that's a story about turning your enemies into friends, because that whole idea about turning your enemies into friends and forgiveness, ironically, um, and actually, like, it's kind of funny because we talk about gender differences and how men will fight each other and then they could become like friendly after the fight. That idea is like super common in Japanese anime, but it's only like kind of a little bit common in American anime. Like that's actually the foundation of Dragon Ball. Is like basically every friend Goku has, except for Bulma, maybe, like, well, even then, Bulma sort of, he meets through having conflict with the person and even having rivalry or outright being their enemy. And then essentially they become Goku's friend. And that was like the entirety of Dragon Ball. And then Dragon Ball Z that kind of disappeared. Only like Vegeta really became, friendly, sort of, in Dragon Ball Z. But that was the entirety of Dragon Ball. All the main characters in Dragon Ball, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, Krillin, all the main people, Piccolo, they all start off as Goku's enemies. So it is kind of interesting that you're right that idea about like turning enemies into friends is a far more common idea in Japanese anime. So the androids, I guess. Um, this Boo count? I don't know if Boo counts. I mean, maybe. It was really Mr. Satan that did that, not Goku. But I guess it's kind of a similar topic. I guess that's true. I guess we can count Boo. So let's see. Thank you so much, Caleb Cynic, for the 5 gifted memberships. Remy LeBlue for 8 Aussie says, do you forgive people who previously took a hardline Israel bad stance against Israel's actions and now hold a nuanced sympathetic view on Israel? Of
I'm
course.
pro-Palestine now,
Oh,
actually,
you
after this
are? Really? You
conversation.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's funny.
I think,
Um,
yeah, I think Palestine.
right. Um, that's interesting. Well, who has that? Does anyone have that position? I mean, I haven't been following it. Who actually has that position? I can't think off the top of my head anyone who started the position of like Israel bad and now has become Israel good or Israel nuanced. I'm not actually familiar with anyone that has that position. So I would be curious. It seems like people either stayed where they were or they went in the opposite direction. So, but of course I would. Let's see. King of Rats for $2 says, Adam, have you read Dominion by Tom Holland?
People have recommended that to me a bunch, but I'm not a believer. That's the thing. So
Is this a nonfiction book?
yeah,
What is it?
I don't remember, but every time I look at it, I'm like, it seems like
Dominion,
a
How the
believer book.
Christian Revolution Remade the World. It's a book about the influence of Christianity in the world.
Yeah. But it's written from a believer's perspective, I
Right,
believe.
right, right. Okay. I mean, it could be interesting to your argument if it talks a lot about just the history, like
No,
I
it
would
can't.
assume the positive history of Christianity.
Not if it
Like,
comes from like a biblical perspective. How's that
okay,
going to help
maybe.
me?
Right. Well, I'll just give you examples when you argue with, people about
I
uh
never argue from a biblical perspective.
no, 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 but I'm assuming just based on this summary from Wikipedia that's not about like whether the Bible is true or not. It's about, what movements and what historical events that were good historical events were inspired by Christianity or Christian thought.
Is that what it's about?
That's what it seems like it's about from the Wikipedia page. Okay, where was I? King of Rats for $2 says, Merry Christmas, guys. Thank you. CT for 2K says, you guys are talking past each other. Move on. I agree. I agree. Alex B for $5 says, I don't think forgiveness is the foundation. It's love. Without love, can you really forgive? Um, I mean, I think you can, right? Well, love of what exactly? Like you can forgive someone without loving them, but could you forgive someone without having the capacity to love like God or life or some concept? Like maybe not, you know. I think you do need to have, it's hard for me to imagine that like like the difficulty of forgiving your enemy, someone who has like wronged you in some severe way, some often, a violent way. It's hard for me to imagine that idea ever being able to be broadly passed and accepted in any sort of atheistic idea. Like you can definitely create an atheist logic to why it's a good thing. And there'll definitely be a handful of people that believe it. But I don't believe like widespread society could ever adopt that idea or a widespread a group of people could ever actually adopt and live that idea without a concept of God. Because I think that idea is just so counter to what you want to do emotionally. That I think you're going to need God or going to need something of, some kind of divinely spiritual belief behind that, right? Because I'm sure, I don't know if like when I'm sure like Buddhists and other Eastern religions that maybe don't that are spiritual but don't hyper focus on like a singular God, they could still have the same concept of forgiveness. But I think it has to be rooted in whatever that spiritual sense is because it's such a difficult thing, I think, for humans to naturally do. Liam S. for 17 months says, Adam, quote, society and people need to forgive. Also, Adam, get back here, Sitch. I'm not through demeaning you. Wow, look at that.
Look, it's a little infuriating. Sitch, obviously you understand. I feel like I'm being gaslit here.
I understand.
Like
I just think you misunderstood what I was saying on
we
Sunday or misremembered.
look
But
on Sunday. Basically, I was making the argument. Look, I was raised Christian. I think I understand Christianity,
right.
and you were like, yeah, maybe you don't. That's a
Okay.
little demeaning, I think.
Well, if that's how you took it, that was not my intention, obviously. I was just making the position that there are different sects of Christianity and different sects focus on different things. And I mean, you had, you're part of your sect
So
and you
how
went to
many
your church.
how many different sects do you think answered that poll? That has
Okay.
4,200 respondents.
Right. Okay. Uh, El Caliso for 14 months says, I'm not Christian, however, I don't,
I asked you a question, man. How
I've
many
already, I've
sects
already,
do you think answered that poll?
I don't know. I already explained why I don't
You
think the
don't
poll
know?
addresses the
Take a guess.
question. I already explained why I think the poll doesn't address the question. I mean, so you understand that, right? You think I'm shifting the goalpost, but just gonna keep answering the same way. So, El Caliso for 14 months says, I'm not Christian, however, I don't believe it's all about forgiveness, but mercy. But if that mercy is to be given, you got to admit you've been wrong. But if that mercy is to be given, I don't know what that means. It's not about, it's all about I don't believe it's about forgiveness, but it's about mercy. What, I don't know exactly what that means from a Christian sense. What does mercy mean from that, like God's mercy to people? I don't know. Bullseye 89 for $5. Thank you. Nigel Nigel TRC 72 for £5 says, watch your video on Coach Red Pill. It wasn't just he was shitting on Ukraine. he was doxing soldiers and journalists as well. Yeah, I saw some people had made this claim. I was trying to look up what the source of this claim was. All I found, or I mean, I didn't do a super deep dive, but I did do some research into this. The one thing I found was, there was he was at like a hotel and he kind of took out his phone and he just kind of scanned the room and he's like, "These are all the pig journalists. These are all the pig journalists, sitting at a five-star hotel, as the war continues and they're helping the war continue, right?" And I kind of watched it and I was like, well, I mean, I guess technically you could say he's maybe giving away their location. Like the speed at which he's scanning the room with his phone, it's very difficult to actually make out anyone's face. Though obviously his intention was not to doxing these people, but just to be like, look, here are people in a five-star hotel, and they're, not. His argument was essentially that the people that are perpetuating the war are not, participating in the war. They're kind of living freely off of it. Um, so if that's the evidence for doxing, I'm not really confident that I would consider that doxing. If there's something else, let me know. Just send it to me on Twitter or Discord or something. I would be curious to see it. Because when I was looking at the articles that I saw, which were quoting the Ukrainian sources, they didn't talk about the doxing element of it, which I would imagine that the Ukrainian government would be trying to make the strongest case possible for why he would be arrested. And so, yeah, obviously, if he was doxing journalists or he was doxing military people, I would agree that he should completely be arrested for that, obviously. But let me know. Miss Sparkles for $5 says, "Jokes, gentlemen, how is God just like a regular man? If you're not on your knees, he's not interested." Also, you're both pretty, so kiss and move on. There you go. Van Coddling for $5 says, "Adam." Okay. Adam's Robot for 12 months says, "Can squirrels consent asking for a friend?" 1 year of me paying to hear Adam abuse squirrels, cats, and Sitch. That's why A-Team reigns supreme. Well, there you go, Adam. You got Adam's Robot likes your squirrel and cat love/abuse.
Sweet.
Okay. You want to watch this clip that we have up?
Sure, we can. I went to the clip on. There's 2 clips on here.
Yeah.
There is one on conflict resolution, which I was going to go to the one on discerning truth. But I think the one on conflict resolution would be more important at this point. And we'll go to the discerning truth second. This is decision making of various forms. Should be very good, especially in the context of our current debate/disagreement.
The primary reason I did that is so that I could spend time on Blue Origin, adding some, energy, some sense of urgency. We need to move much faster, and we're going to.
What are the ways to speed it up? So I mean, there's you've talked a lot of different ways to sort of at Amazon, removing barriers for progress, sort of distributing, making everybody autonomous and self-reliant in terms all those kinds of things. Is that apply at Blue Origin, or
it does apply? I know I'm leading this directly. We are going to become the world's most decisive company across any industry. And so,
Jesus, is Jeff Bezos looking jacked?
I know, of course he is. Look at this. This guy, I think he's like I think he's almost 60.
He's also like looking puffy though, right? Like what's going on there?
That's the Botox. Look at
You think
everyone.
That's Botox?
Oh yeah. Okay. That's definitely Botox face.
That's what, like LA, like all this.
Of course. Look, I'm an expert in Botox. I live in Los Angeles.
Do you think, I was going to ask, someone in chat says he's on roids. Do you think he's on roids? I mean, the way his voice sounds, I don't know. Something seems a little weird about his presentation here. I can't quite put my finger on it, but maybe it's just the puffiness.
Amazon, forever since the beginning, I said, we're going to become the world's most customer obsessed company. Mm-hmm. And no matter the industry, Like one day people are going to come to Amazon from the healthcare industry and want to know, how are you so customer obsessed? How do you actually not just pay lip service to that, but actually do that? And from, all different industries should come want to study us to see how we accomplish that. And the analogous thing at Blue Origin, and what will help us move faster, is we're going to become the world's most decisive company. We're going to get really good at taking appropriate technology risk, making those decisions quickly, being bold on those things. That's what, and having the right culture that supports that. You need people to be ambitious, technically ambitious. If there are 5 ways to do something, we'll study them, but let's study them very quickly and make a decision. We can always change our mind. It doesn't, changing your mind. I talk about one-way doors and two-way doors. Most decisions are two-way doors.
Can you explain that? Because I love that metaphor.
If you make the wrong decision, if it's a two-way door decision, you walk out the door, you pick a door, you walk out, and you spend a little time there. It turns out to be the wrong decision. You can come back in and pick another door.
That's so important with decision making. Whenever you're working on a project or anything, I constantly catch myself doing this, thinking, okay, trying to leave as many options open to myself as possible, but being conscious of the decisions that are like, okay, well, there's basically no way to turn that decision around. Do you think of that on?
I'm not sure I follow what he's saying.
Well, he's saying, obviously if you're building something or working on any big project, even in filmmaking, you have certain decisions that once they're made, like it's just monumental to undo that decision, right? You're building other decisions on top of that decision.
Right.
So,
yes.
But, so in his business, he's talking about how and I find myself doing this, and it's kind of it can be a problem when you push decisions off, like you want more time to meditate on them. I'm definitely like a thinker, so I think long and hard about decisions. I can find myself putting decisions off, but he's saying that that's really a bad move in business. You got to make decisions as quickly as possible. Do you think about decision making at all? Is that a
sure? But
okay?
Was he saying that you should make a decision in such a way that you leave yourself the capacity to go back and change your decision if it doesn't work out? Was that what he was saying?
He's saying depending upon the decision. Some decisions are, you can make the decision, and if it doesn't work out very well, you just undo it.
Right.
Some decisions are a one-way door. Once you walk through that door, it's like crossing the Rubicon.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way back. Rome will never be the same. You know the story of the Rubicon?
Yes. No army was allowed to cross the Rubicon to enter Rome.
Exactly. Yeah. And as soon as they did, it was like war.
That was the sign that Caesar was coming to seize power. Yes.
Right.
Some decisions are so consequential and so important and so hard to reverse that they really are one-way door decisions.
Okay, wait, I'm confused. Elon Musk took the headlines off of Twitter links, and everyone said this was an awful idea. Like everyone. No one thought this was a good idea. It was an awful, stupid idea, right? To get rid of the headline. So you can't see what the link even is. It's just like the picture of the article. Then it says the website. And then he said he was going to change it, and then they never changed it back. It's still the same terrible way.
Well, he has access to metrics that we don't have. If he's trying to get more people to click on it, maybe more people click on it without the headline.
Well, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe he wants less people to click on it because he wants people to stay on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. That could be it. That could be it. Look, there's all kinds of ulterior motives that go on with his decision making.
I mean, that's
especially
probably
in a platform situation.
Because I know because I know when I look now at links, I'm less likely to click on it because like I don't know what that link is.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
everyone, look, the X thing. Look,
God.
He lost me when he changed the platform to X. I'm just like,
yeah. No, it's still a dumb choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm there reluctantly. If another Twitter evolved, is that even possible? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe in the future. Who knows?
That's ridiculous.
And the concept didn't even make sense to me because, like, the argument was, well, he wanted to do it because he wanted to change Twitter to be like an everything platform. I'm like, okay, well, you can do that and still have it be called Twitter. Like, it doesn't. Why would the name doesn't stop you from expanding the scope of Twitter, right? People like when a brand name becomes popular, it can expand the scope of whatever the original meaning is in people's mind. Like I know it's called Twitter because the concept is like, oh, a tweet is supposed to be like a small little bird sound because it's like a small little uh message you're sending out, right? But once the brand expands, it expands in your mind what Twitter represents or what it means, and that would you could still have Twitter be banking or have movies or whatever the crap he wants to put on it, you know?
It was it's so dumb.
Yeah,
It's still dumb.
It was a bad
Yeah,
decision.
you can't call it a tweet anymore because we changed it from Twitter.
So you have to call it post.
Yes, you can.
It's like, okay,
Like, what the heck?
right.
It's
Well,
so ridiculous.
It is a bad idea too because it's like, you know, when you brand something, it's like Kleenex or Windex, or Google. You know, the
or
key
Xerox.
to or Xerox, yeah. The key to a good brand is that when the brand name becomes the word to describe like just the generic action in the first place, right?
Yeah.
People say, "Oh, I'm going to Google something." This means they're going to look up something. Oh, you want a Kleenex means you just want a tissue, right? You know, or Xerox, you go Xerox something. That just means you're going to copy something. And so tweet was sort of like Twitter and tweet became the generic name to mean this, to do this kind of thing. And then to replace that with post, which is the generic name, is kind of baffling.
Yeah. Yeah, he flushed some estimated at $8 billion worth of branding down the toilet. That's
very weird. Yeah.
That's a one-way door.
Yeah. That was a bad. Well, no, he could have changed back, I guess. He could have changed back. Like, but not now, but like, you know, back. Well, I guess and even now he could still change back, but
oh god, that would be amazing.
Do you think
well, actually, if he's like, okay, I'm changing it.
Well, because the thing he could always change
Everyone
back
would be like, yes.
It's not like, you know, since he owns the company privately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. What is the board? I mean, can he be fired from the board? Is there a board anymore? Or there's no board, right? Because it's not a public company. He just owns it. He can just do whatever he wants with it, right?
Sure.
So yeah, so like, because if there's a board, you could say, oh, he can't change back because then there'll be a clear sign he messed up, and there'll be a clear sign that maybe he should be fired. But I don't think he has any constraints like to be fired because he just owns the company outright privately. So he could just change it back, you know. But I don't think he is going to, but he could.
And he doesn't seem to care if he's made a mistake, admitting that he's made a mistake. Like he's
right.
He seemed open to doing that.
Well, he didn't. I don't believe he's ever said he's made a mistake regarding the name change, but.
No, but he said he made a mistake tweeting out the anti-Semitic stuff. Obviously,
yes,
he said,
yeah, sure.
"Look, I fucked up before."
Right.
He has no problem saying he's fucked up before. Like you have no problem saying you fucked up before in front of Destiny when you're sucking up to Destiny. But when it's going to be in a Destiny video, sure, you'll say, "Look, you're right. I looked right here, and now I find that you're completely correct about this, Destiny." But here on stream with the guy you've been streaming with for 5 years, you can't bring yourself to admit that you were wrong. It's funny. It's very bizarre.
Listen, when we go back and we look at it and I'm wrong, I will fully admit it on stream.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. I don't have any problem doing that.
Maybe we can get it in a Destiny stream.
There you go.
In that door, you're not coming back. Mm-hmm. And those decisions have to be made very deliberately, very carefully. If you can think of yet another way to analyze the decision, you should slow down and do that. So, you know, when I was CEO of Amazon, I often found myself in the position of being the chief slowdown officer because somebody would be bringing me a one-way door decision. And I would say, okay, I can think of 3 more ways to analyze that. So let's go do that. Because we are not going to be able to reverse this one easily. Maybe you can reverse it, but it's going to be very costly and very time consuming. We really have to get this one right from the beginning. And what happens, unfortunately, in companies, what can happen is that you have a one-size-fits-all decision-making process where you end up using the heavyweight process on all decisions.
For everything, yeah.
Including the lightweight ones, the two-way door decisions. Two-way door decisions should mostly be made by single individuals or by very small teams deep in the organization. And one-way door decisions are the ones that are the irreversible ones. Those are the ones that should be elevated up to, you know, the senior.
This gets better, I know. Look, it's like,
well, what he's saying would make every communist like in terror. Okay.
Because there's a hierarchical structure inside the
Well,
company.
I mean, he's saying that if you have a decision that you can go back and change if you mess up, that should be put up to like the committee, like the group of people to make the decision. But when you have this decision where, you can't go back, he's like, that should be in the realm of the hierarchical CEO at the
Of
top of the
course,
company. The
yes.
king, you should make the hard decisions have to be made by like the hard man at the top.
Only the elites make the decisions.
Right. And so yeah, I could hear every communist going like,
But according to
racist.
them, anybody could be an elite. It's just a matter of picking the person. Who cares if
Yes.
they're a good decision maker, right? You just pick
Right.
whoever.
Well, I mean, listen, we just talked about all these bad decisions Elon made, so I don't know, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, look, Elon's decision making at Twitter. Well,
I'm sure he's made good decisions too.
Well, I keep the saving grace is if he's making decisions that are working out behind the scenes that we just
Sure.
don't know how they're working out, like the link thing.
Right.
Like if that's happening, okay, it's forgivable, but just surface level, it is terrible.
Right.
He does have that mindset that he said, and we didn't watch it in that talk that he did, which I don't know if you ever watched the whole thing, but the whole thing is amazing. He said, look, I'm sick of people who are more interested in looking good than doing good.
Right.
And I'm like, so true. So true.
Yeah. I mean, I am one of the decisions he made that I'm very happy about. I was happy about he basically telling the advertisers to F off. I'm happy about that. I'm not happy that there's a crap ton of racism and anti-Semitism on Twitter, far more than there was ever before. But I guess that's the trade-off.
I'm not happy that I can't tweet anything without a million bots liking it before anyone else does.
Yeah.
I'm not happy that I see more ads for OnlyFans than I do for regular products like Coke and Pepsi, right?
Yeah, there's a lot.
So awful.
The porn bots definitely have increased.
Increased? They've taken over.
Yeah. Well, not quite that bad, but they definitely have increased. And I don't know why that is. I don't know what change that allowed that to come to fruition, but
someone heard we were fighting and they showed up in the chat, Sitch.
What? Is that what happened?
Someone told Shu that we were fighting. So now, what's up, Shu? Nice to see. Always nice to see you.
I want you to know, Shu, that I agree with you 100%. Your husband is insane. Anyone who doesn't subscribe and just like every time they want to watch a content creator, they search for them manually.
Well, you got to give the backstory on that.
It's kind of an insane. That's the take. I mean, that's an insane.
Well, nobody knows. So Shu had tweeted out that she was sitting with her husband, and he is evidently not subscribed to anyone on YouTube.
Yes.
And he just watches videos randomly, and she
whatever's like the algorithm promotes him. It's funny because when you were describing this, I'm like, this is so like not conservative behavior. This is very left wing, like chaotic, not orderly behavior. It's like super open to new experiences, right? This is all like very anti right wing.
Yeah.
So anyway, I want to get back to Bezos.
Yeah, let's get this. I'm telling you, this is going to play in right here.
Really? Okay, I'm ready. I'm waiting for it.
There's a theme going on here.
Most executives who should slow them down and make sure that the right thing is being done.
Yeah, I mean, part of the skill here is to know the difference in one way and two way. I think you meant
slow things down. Maybe take a poll. Kind of get some metrics, get some actual data on what's going on in the situation. Don't leave it to underlings who just trust their gut intuition.
So our good friend of the show, Asif Artsy, he drew a picture. I don't know if you saw it, right?
I didn't know.
Yeah, you did see it. You did see it.
How do you know?
Commented on it, right?
When did I? What? I didn't comment on it.
Yeah, and you did comment. You even DM'd me about it. But he said he drew a symbol. He drew kind of like the yin yang, and it had the Adam and Sitch inside the yin yang. And he said, Adam, you are a more obvious symbol of forgiveness than any religious symbol, but Sitch can stand for judgment in the yin yang. And I said, I like the symbol, but I am far more forgiving than Adam. And I guess this conversation is kind of playing into that, isn't it?
Well, look, I do. This is why I understand the importance of the meme of forgiveness in Christianity,
Right.
because I am not a
'Cause you
forgiving person.
Oh, okay, you feel
Yeah.
it. Right, yeah.
I do. Yeah. Look, my instinct is 100% against forgiveness. Yes.
Mhm.
I'm about getting even. I am. Hopefully when you're least expecting it.
Mhm.
But that's not a good way to live your life. Look, I got to fight those moral intuitions all the time. I don't want to be that way. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person. So this is why forgiveness is important. But shall we soldier on here?
Yeah.
So we're talking about decision making, right? Do you think you should make decisions based on metrics or just your gut intuition, Sitch? Which is more important?
Metrics. Yeah, definitely
Metrics.
metrics.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely metrics.
Right. I mean, multiple polls is, I think, a good way to go.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think you mentioned Amazon Prime, the decision to sort of create Amazon Prime as a one-way door. I mean, it's unclear if it is or not, but it probably is, and it's a really big risk to go there.
There are a bunch of decisions like that that are, changing the decision is going to be very, very complicated. Some of them are technical decisions too, because some technical decisions are like quick drying cement. If you're going to, once you make them, it gets really hard. I mean, choosing which propellants to use in a vehicle, selecting LNG for the booster stage and selecting hydrogen for the upper stage. That has turned out to be a very good decision. But if you changed your mind, that would be a very big setback.
Mhm.
Do you see what I was saying?
Well, okay. Well, since I don't. First of all, I don't know where this clip is going. But your favorite commentator Scott Adams always brings up this point where he says that these people don't actually make the decisions that they're talking about. It's someone who makes a chart is the one that makes a decision. They're the person that says like, oh, well, I did, as you said, you don't want to make your decision on gut intuition. I assume Jeff Bezos doesn't want to intuit what, fluid is better for the rocket ship, right? Or whatever the fuck he's talking about. Like what accelerant that you should use. So they hire or they have someone in the company, some team of, quote, scientists or experts, they do some report and they're basically the ones that make the decision and the CEO just does whatever they say. Is that not true very often the case?
He talks about this hopefully before this clip because it's kind of long and detailed, but he
Right.
does say that in companies you build a number of different metrics, and a lot of times people learn to game the metrics. So there'll be anecdotal information that will show that the company's not achieving some goal or not on the right track. And people will pull out the metrics and they'll say, oh, look at all these metrics. Everything is A-okay.
Right.
Because a bunch of people in the company have learned to game the system. Obviously they have to produce metrics that are going to be pleasing to the higher ups. So, and he says he always defaults to believing the anecdotes. And obviously you can't just
Really?
believe them out of nowhere.
Right.
What you want to do is you want to create a whole new metric and see that hasn't been gamed and see what's actually going on. So,
well, I mean, that is always the difficulty. This comes up a lot in the kind of like, I listened the other day to the very long conversation that James Lindsay had with Carl on Benjamin Boyce's channel. And they kind of talk about, liberalism and the kind of conversations that we've had.
I know that's a really frustrating conversation.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. It's a frustrating conversation at the same time. Obviously James Lindsay's far more knowledgeable than either of us about all the various like philosophies that are being discussed. So you can kind of, argue on that level. But it kind of, a lot of this kind of reminds me of, the whole science is wrong sometimes argument that comes up in these sorts of conversations about liberalism or kind of the left versus right dichotomy. Because, yeah, like it's true that any system that exists, people can gain it. Any metric that exists, people can game it. Any study that exists, people can game it. And so, yeah, there are people that will, in a company, they're using some metrics. They're trying to be scientific. They're trying to use some kind of fact, some kind of metric to sort of figure out what direction to go. And Bezos understands that people are doing these sort of modifying it for their own personal gain. And so he has to rely kind of on a combination of anecdotes and intuitions, to figure out what is true sometimes. And while that is and while I'm sure that works, you just have to be careful to not mean like, well, therefore these metrics shouldn't be important, therefore science is important. Like just because there are bad actors that use a system to their own means doesn't mean that the system itself is like a thing to be thrown away forever.
Yeah, we're going to go into that in the next clip. The next clip
Okay.
is on truth, and they go
Right.
into that, which is super good. Very interesting.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of decision you scrutinize very, very carefully. Other things just aren't like that. Most decisions are not that way. Most decisions should be made by single individuals, but they need and done quickly in the full understanding that you can always change your mind.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked, perhaps it's not two-way door decisions, is I disagree and commit phrase. So so somebody brings up an idea to you, if it's a two-way door, you state that you don't understand enough to agree, but you still back them. I mean, I'd love for you to explain it.
Yeah, disagree and commit is a really important principle that saves a lot of arguing.
Yeah.
So
wow, that would save a lot of arguing, wouldn't it? Just
disagree and commit.
Right. Yeah. This is a great idea.
But what does that mean exactly?
Well, let's see. Let's see if he expounds upon it.
So,
I'm going to use that in my personal life. I disagree, but commit.
Like it's very common in any endeavor in life, in business, and anybody where you have teammates. You have a teammate, and the two of you disagree.
Yeah,
it's a team. Both disagree. Okay, you following along, Sitch?
Okay, I'm assuming he's gonna say that like there's a disagreement about how to do something, but then the person in charge says, "Okay, I understand your disagreement, but we're doing this way." And so then it falls upon the person that disagrees to say, "Okay, I disagree with you, but I'll commit to doing it your way because you're in charge," right?
No.
At some point, you have to make a decision. And, in companies, we tend to organize hierarchically. So there's this, whoever's the more senior person ultimately gets to make the decision. So ultimately, the CEO gets to make that decision. And the CEO may not always make the decision that they agree with. So I would be the one who would disagree and commit. One of my direct reports would very much want to do something in a particular way. I would think it was a bad idea. I would explain my point of view. They would say, Jeff, I think you're wrong, and here's why. And we would go back and forth. And I would often say, you know what? I don't think you're right, but I'm going to gamble with you. And you're closer to the ground truth than I am. I've known you for 20 years. You have great judgment. I don't know that I'm right either. Not really, not for sure. All these decisions are complicated. Let's do it your way. But at least then you've made a decision. And I'm agreeing to commit to that decision. So I'm not going to be second guessing it. I'm not going to be sniping at it. I'm not going to be saying, I told you so. I'm going to try actively to help make sure it works.
Okay. Well, I mean, that is kind of what I said, or at least that's what I meant. So, but I think this is an important concept, because it's something I definitely personally need to work on, because I'm actually really terrible at this, I have been my whole life, is that when I'm in some kind of disagreement with someone and they're doing something that I think is stupid, or this actually came up a lot when I was a young lad in school. If I was being taught something I thought was stupid and pointless, I just could not emotionally motivate myself to care, to learn about it at all. Like I could do algebra all day and I'd be like, oh, this is, I understand like the concept of why this is important and why we need to learn this information. And then as soon as we got into like the geometry stuff where it'd be like, oh, you have to measure all these angles without protractors and all this other stuff. I'm like, I'm never going to use this. This is pointless. Like, I just can't emotionally be bothered to care whatsoever with the topic. And it's kind of the same thing with this. I know that growing up, if I had some disagreement with someone about, something, I would emotionally unengage from it if, I just disagree with it. But what he's saying is important because especially if you're in a situation like a company or a team or something of this factor, because first of all, if a decision has been made first of all, you have to make a decision. You can't exist in limbo. That kind of screws you over. You have to be decisive. And you have to be decisive personally in your own life. Is that, when you're confronted with decisions, you make a decision and then, you can always change, but you have to be, it's very difficult. Because on one hand, you need to be decisive, because if you're not, that's what creates anxiety. That's what creates a lot of psychological problems. People don't like being around indecisive people. People like decisive, take charge kind of people. So it's like this weird balance of you trying to be able to be decisive, to say, okay, we're doing this, boom, and you confidently move forward, you confidently go ahead, but at the same token, be able to, at least in your own mind, realize that you can get to a point where you've made the wrong decision and then change course. And it's so difficult. I feel like it's so difficult to find that balance of being able to be decisive, but also change course at the same time, personally.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be decisive. That's
I'm
where
saying
most people fail.
Like, people are decisive and then they'll just be like kind of like stubborn, or people are not decisive at all. Like, it's hard to be both, like be able or to find that balance. And that's why, like, there's a whole meme that girls like assholes. And it's like, well, I don't think it's so much that girls like assholes. I think it's girls like people that are decisive. People in general like people that are decisive. They look at that as kind of like a leadership orientation, as you're decisive. Um, it's just that a lot of times people that are assholes are decisive, right? That's partly why they can be assholes. So,
sure, but this is talking about a particularly tough decision.
right. Well, this is talking about like from a team or a company perspective that, and this is a good advice, that if someone in the company makes a decision and you've decided through whatever process that that's the decision to do, you should give it 100% of your support to see if it will like actually work. You shouldn't be trying to undermine it or snipe it or, whatever, and do all these other bad things.
Right. Which a lot of people do fall back into I told you so mode.
Yes.
Every 5 minutes.
Yes.
Well, things are playing out. They're kind of actively sabotaging the decision that's been made.
Yeah. Either consciously
like
or unconsciously, just
more
by
than anything.
Right. And you can sabotage it even unconsciously by just saying, I told you so, I told you I was right, I told you I was right, I told you I was right, right? Like, because that just brings the morale and the energy down.
Oh, yeah.
That's a really important teammate behavior. There's so many ways that dispute resolution is a really interesting thing on teams. And there are so many ways when two people disagree about something, even I'm assuming on the case where everybody is well-intentioned, they just have a very different opinion about what the right decision is. And
are they well-intentioned? Sometimes I wonder. I mean, sometimes.
We have in our
You're muted.
A-team is about forgiveness. Look at that.
Look, you hope they're well intentioned. You do hope they're well intentioned, but sometimes late at night you're sitting there and thinking, are they well intentioned? Do they really have my interest in mind?
Okay.
Our society and inside companies, we have a bunch of mechanisms that we use to resolve these kinds of disputes. A lot of them are, I think, really bad. So,
well, can you think of some bad ways to resolve disputes, Sitch? You got any on the top of your head?
Of course, obviously. I mean, you could just, fight about something forever. You could keep trying to bring it up every 2 seconds.
True.
There's lots of ways. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
An example of a really bad way of coming to agreement is compromise. So compromise, we're in a room here and I could say, Lex, how tall do you think this ceiling is? And you'd be like, I don't know, Jeff, maybe 12 feet tall. And I would say, I think it's 11 feet tall. Yeah. And then we'd say, you know what? Let's just call it 11 and a half feet. That's compromise. Yeah. Instead of the right thing to do is, to get a tape measure or figure out some way of actually measuring, but getting that tape measure and figure out how to get it to the top of the ceiling and all these things, that requires energy. Compromise, the advantage of compromise as a resolution mechanism is that it's low energy, but it doesn't lead to truth. And so in things like the height of the ceiling, where truth is a knowable thing, you shouldn't allow compromise to be used when you can know the truth.
Truth.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well,
I
wait a
love
minute.
truth.
What he's saying here is actually kind of retarded, but I understand
Okay.
why he's saying it. Because he's CEO of Amazon. He's the guy who's making the one door decisions, right?
Oh, of course.
Um,
Well, he's
so
definitely signing off on them, even if someone else is
right, that's
making
true.
them.
Right. Well, he's responsible, I guess. Even if someone else creates the thing he does, he's responsible, for the one door decisions, by signing off on it or making it. Because like to just blanketly be like, well, compromise is this bad thing because it's low energy, which first of all is not true actually. And he gives this weird example of like, well, the ceiling height, which is some objective thing that is like relatively easy to measure. It's like, okay, sure, in this like very specific, bizarre situation where there's no reason to compromise on the height of a ceiling because you can just check it, right? But when we're talking about like making compromises and decisions, it's for things that are not known or unknowable generally, or not even agreed upon what the set of facts are. You look at like the way our political situation works, is because we have two different political parties that have very different worldviews from each other, and yet they have to somehow come to some kind of agreement because every American has to come to some kind of agreement because we all believe in consent of the governed, unless maybe Jeff Bezos doesn't. So you have to have some kind of agreement on what exactly the rules look like that we live our lives according to. Like
Right.
that's
Look,
we don't have necessarily the answers. It's not like a high energy fact check that would either exist or that anyone would even believe in this scenario.
right. There are examples where you might not even really be able to determine the factors that are important in making the decision. There could be some
Right.
third factor that you don't even have access to, you don't even know
Sure.
about. So, but I mean, I see what he's saying as far as the trade-off goes. Like there's a certain amount of energy that's going to need to be expended in coming to the perfect answer, the perfect decision here. But since we don't have infinite time or infinite resources, a compromise might be an acceptable compromise. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's a good point too. Yeah, because we don't.
But that's all he's saying here.
Well, no, but I know it's kind of like. I mean, at least maybe we cut him off so we didn't get to the end. It
You know,
seemed like
he does go
Oh,
into
okay.
it. Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, that is a good point. And I think that's part of why the American system is good, is because it's a combination of, the legislative branch is rooted in compromise, but the executive branch is not. Right. So we get both. We get the quote CEO in the executive branch, and then we get the compromise in the legislative branch. And then, together there's a system that forms from that.
Another really bad resolution mechanism that happens all the time is just who's more stubborn.
Yeah.
This is also, so you have, let's say, two executives who disagree, and they just have a war of attrition. And whichever one gets exhausted first capitulates to the other one.
This seems like the perfect conflict resolution to me.
Yeah, of course, to you, it seems like the perfect
What are you
one.
talking about?
This is Adam's favorite strategy
This
for
is
conflict
this
resolution.
is pure gold. Why would he say this is bad? I don't understand. Why would he say this is bad?
This is like every
What
time
a
that
dumbass.
we have
Look, now I disagree with him.
every time we have a disagreement, it's essentially just this is what happens behind the scenes.
Again, you haven't arrived at truth. And this is very demoralizing. So,
but it's fun. I mean, and it's good content, even if it is demoralizing. So shut the fuck up, Bezos.
This is where escalation, I try to ask people who, on my team, I say, never get to a point where you are resolving something by, who gets exhausted first. Escalate that. I'll help you make the decision. Because that's so de-energizing and such a terrible, lousy way to make a decision.
So you want to get to the resolution as quickly as possible because that ultimately leads to a high velocity of decision.
Yes, and you want to try to get as close to truth as possible.
Yeah.
So you want, exhausting the other person is not truth seeking.
Yes.
And compromise is not truth seeking. So, it doesn't mean now, and there are a lot of cases where no one knows the real truth, and that's where disagree and commit can come in. But it's escalation is better than war of attrition. Escalate to your boss and say, hey, we can't agree on this. We like each other. We're respectful of each other, but we strongly disagree with each other. We need you to, make a decision here so we can move forward.
Okay. So I think that's pretty much it on the decision making.
Mm-hmm.
Did that seem
That's
relevant?
interesting stuff.
Is that helpful?
To what?
Just in
general? I mean,
we
it
all
can be, sure.
we all have
Yes.
to make this. We all have to make
Yes,
decisions, right?
yes. Yeah.
I think it is good. I think it's helpful.
I think the most helpful part again is, the decisiveness is that, you can, depending on how much time you have, you can take your time on a decision, but once you make the decision, be decisive about it. Say, I'm doing this, right? And don't think about don't start self-doubting yourself. There's a lot of self in there, but don't doubt yourself when you're making the decision. You have to sort of train your mind to be able to open up the possibility that you can change your decision if that's an option available for you. But while you're doing it, while you're enacting the decision, you have to remain in that frame where you're confident, because otherwise you're just going to self-sabotage or self-sabotage someone else if you're sort of doubting them every 2 seconds. So,
yeah, that can happen a lot, obviously, and I think it's bad. Sometimes you just got to let things play out. But there obviously are times when you have to cut your losses. So
yeah, I wonder actually if psychologically we're training the generation, the younger generations to be more indecisive, not just because decisiveness, I think, is generally considered, quote, like a masculine trait. And we have this sort of idea about like toxic masculinity, and you have to listen to everyone else. And, you have to be very kind of feminine in your approach to things, but also just because people are confronted with so many choices, it's just, we talked about sort of the whole meme of, a bunch of friends get together and they spend an hour just looking at Netflix, selections. They're not even watching anything. They're just looking through like the million different options because it's like impossible to make a decision because there's so many options available to you.
True. My wife will spend 2 hours looking at it.
I know. It's crazy.
I'm like,
it's crazy.
I spend 30 seconds. I don't know about you, but
well, it's like when you're with friends, like going through Netflix can be its own fun
it's
experience.
Like we could have watched the whole fucking movie.
Well, no, I just mean
the movie.
Like usually when you're like at a friend's house or whatever, and you're kind of going through like the streaming service, you start talking about all the various things you're seeing, right? You're having conversations about all the various options, right? So at least it's like it's an activity. But if you're by yourself, there's no activity because you're just like, fuck, there's like a million things, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. So I don't know, like if you do it on your own, then you're just lost, right? I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. Be like, you're like, wife, make a decision. Okay.
Sometimes I think women like to look at the Netflix menu more than they like to watch movies.
Oh, well, I'm sure. Well, I mean, it's like people who like to, I mean, this definitely is a more, female tropey thing, is the idea of like, I want to go to the mall. Remember, this used to be a huge thing. People would go to the mall to just look at shit with no intention of buying anything.
Mm-hmm.
You remember this, right? This was like a thing that I think, does this thing exist anymore? This used
Window
to be a big
shopping?
thing. Yeah. Like, this used to be a big thing when I was younger. Women would want to go to the mall and just look at shit. They didn't want to buy it. They just want to look at shit.
Yeah.
And they called
I've
it window
that.
shopping. Yes. They even had a name for it. And it's like, as a male and as a young male at the time, I was like, this makes me want to like Minecraft myself. Like, why would I ever want to do that?
All right. This one is about truth, which you and I are both obviously truth seekers. So
okay, let me read this super. This is from Honky the White Clown.
What? Uh-oh. This is
Honky the White Clown.
News.
Thank you for the $20 though, but thank you. It says, absolution is what is very important. If someone is apologetic, you should accept their apology, but atonement is key to Christianity. There has to be a path for atonement for someone to be absolved for their transgressions. Well, there you go. Thank you for $20.
Cool. Atonement. What is that all about?
What's about seeking
Compensation
to
for a wrong.
right. It's
The
like
act of
you've
atoning for sin or wrongdoing, especially appeasing a deity.
yes, you have done a sin and now you must do something to, clean
Say
the
your
slate.
Hail Marys.
Yeah, you have to do your Hail Marys, right?
All right. Let's
Is it is it
let's
offensive that Hail Mary is now used as like slang to mean you're just, you know, doing the last ditch effort there? It's kind of funny.
maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, what is this clip?
They're talking about truth seeking, which I think I think a lot as a content creator because I'm very much a truth seeker, and I'm kind of coming to the realization, and it's a little bit of a black pill because I don't think people want the truth.
Hmm.
I think people want.
You only realize that now? We've been talking about that for like the entire like years of this stream.
Yeah, but I mean it's worse than that. I think the truth is unpopular.
Hmm.
It's not just that people would rather have lies. It's that they literally hate people who tell the truth, which is a much more severe situation.
Well, what do you mean by that exactly, I guess?
Well, let's listen to Bezos' take on it.
Okay.
And you're not sure they're still as relevant as they used to be.
What does it take to be the guy or gal who brings up the point that this proxy might be outdated? I guess what does it take to have a culture that enables that in the meeting? Because that's a very uncomfortable thing to bring up at a meeting. We all showed up here. It's a Friday.
By the way, this is such. You have just asked $1 million question. So this is what you're. If I generalize what you're asking, you're talking in general about truth telling.
Yeah.
And we humans are not really truth seeking animals. We are social animals.
Yeah, we are.
And, take you back in time 10,000 years and you're in a small village. Mm-hmm. If you go along to get along, you can survive. You can procreate. If you're the village truth teller, you might get clubbed to death in the middle of the night. Truths are often, they don't want to be heard because important truths can be uncomfortable, they can be awkward, they can be exhausting,
impolite,
yes,
all that kind of stuff,
challenging. Yeah. They can make people defensive, even if that's not the intent. But any high-performing organization, whether it's a sports team, a business, a political organization, an activist group, I don't care what it is, any high-performing organization has to have mechanisms and a culture that supports truth telling. One of the things you have to do is you have to talk about that. And you have to talk about the fact that it takes energy to do that. And you have to talk to people. You have to remind people it's okay that it's uncomfortable. You have to literally tell people it's not what we're designed to do as humans. It's not really, it's kind of a side effect. We can do that. But it's not how we survive. We mostly survive by being social animals and being cordial and cooperative, and that's really important. And so there's science is all about truth telling. It's actually a very formal mechanism for trying to tell the truth. And even in science, you find that it's hard to tell the truth. Mm-hmm. Right. Even, you're supposed to have a hypothesis and test it and find data and reject the hypothesis and so on. It's not easy.
But even in science, there's like the senior scientists and the junior scientists. Correct. And then there's a hierarchy of humans where somehow seniority matters in the scientific process, which it should
and that's
not.
True inside companies too. Yeah. And so you want to set up your culture so that the most junior person can overrule the most senior person if they have data. And that really is about trying to, there are little things you can do. So, for example, in every meeting that I attend, I always speak last. And I know
That's so brilliant.
So he doesn't want to influence
So
everyone
brilliant.
else because they're going to
Of
suck up to him.
course. Of
Yeah.
course. Like as soon
Right.
as he says his opinion, all you're going to get is a bunch of yes men following him behind him, huh?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, obviously. This is, I mean, and we've disagreed over this before because that is something that's very, very powerful. And a lot of like content creators, a lot of influencers, they don't even really consider that they could say something incorrect and people could carry that incorrect notion with them for the rest of their lives.
Right. Yeah.
It's so fucking powerful.
Well, that's why, you have to be careful when when a lot of these content creators make these fact claims.
Yeah.
Obviously we've said things that are wrong, but I try to research, especially if it's like the, claim I know is gonna be brought up on stream, see if it's true. Because I don't want to say something like that because I know there's this really weird thing that happens that I'm sure everyone's listening to experience this, where you hear like a fact claim, you either hear it in school or you hear it on the internet or you hear you see it on a TV show, so there's some fact claim like, did you know that, all dinosaurs were really the color blue, right? You just hear like this weird claim in something that you think is true. And then, a year later, you'll be walking around and someone will be like talking about some red dinosaur. And you're like, no. All dinosaurs are blue. And they're like, what are you talking about? There's a red dinosaur. And you're like, no. And the person gets like really emotionally involved with like this stupid argument about the color of a dinosaur just because they once heard one fact claim being presented to them and they just assumed it was true. And then they become like emotionally involved in this thing and they get like really like invested in it. It's super weird. And I've seen this happen all the time. I've experienced it myself where I've been the person emotionally involved. I'm like, why am I so emotionally involved with this thing? I don't even know if it's true. I just heard someone say it once and I'm just sitting here arguing it.
Yeah, I think the internet poses a particular problem because a lot of people's status is caught up in whether or not they're right or wrong. So a lot of times it's harder to say, I got this incorrect because there's a giant tweet thread of you arguing about the color of the stupid dinosaur for like
right
2 days. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, there's in the book Influenced by Cialdini, he also talks about how once you put things in writing, it kind of messes with your psychology a bit too. It's like a little stronger affirmation because you feel like there's this evidence in the world of me making this declaration. So it's harder to turn around on those things. And this is one of the things that I worry about with social media because people are making these claims, arguing about these claims, and they're kind of digging themselves into positions that could very well be false or even likely false. So
also because there's that, that bias of consistency. So once you write it out, you're like, I have to be consistent.
That's it. Consistency principle.
But that's also why kind of what you were saying, where you're saying people can get mad at you or angry at you for telling the truth, for bringing the truth to them. There's that great quote, I can't remember exactly what it is, that's like, if someone says something false and you tell them something's true, they'll like hold the energy required to like listen to you against you or something. Some quote kind of about that. But a lot of it is because people are, kind of wired to want to be consistent. So if they say something that turns out to be inaccurate, and then you're like, no, this is inaccurate because here's what is true, then that violates, that internal consistency, and then people will get upset about that.
How do you feel about people arguing things that you know are factually incorrect?
I mean, it can be frustrating, obviously.
Yeah, it's super frustrating. It's super frustrating. I guess you just have to just let that go. You have to like tell yourself people are going to be wrong and there's nothing you can do about it. How do I get rich off of this information?
How do I get rich off of them being wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's the correct way to think about it.
Of course. That's the MMT thing right there. Like I've given up trying to explain MMT and I'm just like, how can I make money off of this? I was arguing about that before the stream. Ostracy. I guess Ostracy is not an anti-MMT person. I
Mhm.
kind of blur all of our anti-MMT people together. But
Right.
we had Doug on the stream to talk about MMT. I don't know if you remember that
I
stream.
do. Yeah.
And I had talked about how I'm completely out of the market, so I would like a market crash. This would be a good time for a market crash.
Mm-hmm.
And he picked the bottom, and he was on Twitter today bragging about how he picked it. And he did. He totally called the bottom. And now we're up hugely off of that bottom.
Right.
But yeah, I went back in on that bottom, and I'm very happy
He's
about it. So,
rolling in it now.
yeah, look, it's MMT. You guys keep saying no to MMT. But look, MMT is a perfect example. When, I mean, so many people are angry just that we talk about MMT. What's up with that?
Well, there's a lot of different things going on there, right? Like people could be angry because they think it's a boring topic and they would like us to talk about something else.
Well, that's acceptable right there. That one's totally acceptable.
There's a thing that happens, which I get because I've experienced it myself, is if you listen to a content creator and you like them and they're just saying something that you just think is like wildly untrue or stupid, that can make you angry because it's like you feel like a sense of, betrayal or like, maybe I shouldn't trust this person. So there's a lot of like weird conflicting emotions that can exist in this kind of sphere that we operate under.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, I get it. I guess it's the exact same thing because I said, how do you feel when someone's arguing something that you know is factually incorrect? They're in that exact same position, even though that they may be in the wrong position.
Right. What they think they know, it's incorrect.
Right. Yeah. So that's exactly what's going on.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess it's tough. It's tough because you just gotta like keep your mouth shut.
Well, it's just, I don't know. You just kind of have to learn around it. It's part of actually, I think, what's helped me, a lot when I listen to Scott Adams, because I still like listening to him. I still agree with him sometimes. I still like using him as kind of a barometer to see what, certain people are saying, because he's a good window into that environment. But I disagree with like so much of what he's saying. But I guess I've become numb to it at this point. I just listen to it sort of, and then, like when he says all this stuff that I think is wildly untrue, it just kind of rolls off me. Like, like it just doesn't. I've grown accustomed to expecting it, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the last thing I listened to of his, but I do remember it being like wildly inaccurate, like very much recasting something so it was to increase his status. It seemed like a major code.
Interesting.
So
right.
yeah.
I don't know.
I can't remember what it was on though. I think it was on the whole when he got canceled for what he said, the comments that he made that were spun as racist.
Mm-hmm.
He was basically making the argument that he did this deliberately. Like he was completely recasting that situation, which was in a totally untrue light. He was rewriting the history of that situation.
Yeah, he's kind of said both things in kind of various ways, where it wasn't deliberate and then it was deliberate. Yeah, he's been kind of all over the place, with that. I guess I'm more forgiving for that because obviously, it drastically changed his life, and so there's a lot of emotion behind that situation.
Yeah, you're never going to be accurate about it, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, you could be, but he's not going to be. So there was something he said. Actually, it's funny. I thought of you, and I know you would have got a big kick out of it. Was because he always talks about how he has a degree in economics, and he's been really harping on the debt being so high that it's going to destroy the country. And the other day, it was funny. He sat there and he was telling his audience he didn't understand how inflation could be going down right now. And I was just thinking, well, there's your. I thought you had a degree in economics. So.
How is that
he
possible?
said it's funny.
How does he not know that?
I don't know. He fell for the sort of the meme. He's like, I don't know how inflation's going down when we're still printing so much money. He said something like, oh, he didn't say that literally, but he said that essentially. I don't know how inflation's going down when we still have so much money. When the money supply has increased so dramatically, I don't understand how inflation's going down. And I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't think the test is ever going to be done with the Fed because I think the supply chains are just look, the American economy is like a giant ship that
Hmm.
everything they do is just so tiny by comparison to the all of the other factors in the economy that I don't really think we're ever going to get the clear test of whether or not interest rates affected anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know like 100%, right? But I'm assuming they have some effect. They have to have an effect, right?
Oh yeah, I guess I mean they have kept us out of a recession,
Hmm.
which was the not what they were trying to do, but
Right. Weren't they were trying to start a recession, weren't they?
yeah, that's what they were trying to do.
Didn't work. I don't know. Maybe either they're just wrong or maybe they don't have an effect. Who knows? I think,
So go ahead.
well, I was gonna say, so, it's unfortunate. And I keep forgetting. So much of life is just remembering how little people understand or know about the world, even all the experts in all the high places. So,
Yeah, look, I'm super fascinated in economics. I don't like arguing with people about economics because it's a lot of it is totally counterintuitive and people just have their own ideas about economics that oh you got to build a model from the ground up. Even you, which we've talked about this economic stuff a bunch. I was re-listening to our stream on the Fed and deleting money.
mhm.
And it's interesting because even you, as much as we've done, you're still like asking questions and
Because I never, well, because
you
I'm
never built the
actually trying
model.
to understand like the process of it is very complicated and super fucking weird. And I never fully understood it. I still don't fully understand it.
Hmm.
Um, and to me, I can't accept 100% until I can understand the exact process and go, okay, that's how the process works. And so, so much of it is that and I think this is part of the problem. The process of money creation in America is so stupidly convoluted, that it is just very difficult to understand in the first place. It seems like it should be a simple thing, but it's actually a very complicated thing of how
Yes.
like a dollar is printed by the government. And that creates a whole series of complications and misunderstandings about how it works. And I think, as you said, that the reason it exists that way, or actually, no, maybe it's because it was from that stream that we listened to part of, that, like the reason the money is constructed in such a bizarrely complicated way is because of the gold standard in the past. And we still have like remnants of an old system, that creates all these like weird, uh, I guess, things that are these weird hanger-ons to how our economic system still functions today.
Yeah. This is the thing about Austrian economics. They wish the gold standard existed and then do all of their economics as if it still does. And it's just like, uh,
Well,
that's
there's
not how
just
it works.
the Austrian economics thought is seems to me to be entirely backwards motivated by just trying to constrain governmental power, essentially.
Yes. Yeah.
Which, if you want to constrain governmental power, sure, but you just have to understand that that is the bias which you're operating under when you make these sort of economic prescriptions, because that's what the gold standard would do. But the same token, and I think what is not, I think what happens is when people they say like, oh, I want this outcome. It's like, okay, but that outcome will create a bunch of potential bad things that you're not intending for, and people want to dismiss that because like, one of the important things about the gold standard, which Mark Blythe brings up, not in this context, but is what he brings up when he talks about it, is that the thing that wrecked the gold standard in the first place was because when you're on a gold standard, it makes your currency under the control of foreign governments because you're trading essentially in gold. And so you're essentially giving your source of money away to other countries whenever you export. Um, and you're just giving them something of net value that you'd have to get back from them, right? Or they'd have to get back from you by buying, your goods, right? So if we're on the gold standard, us having, China, like us, essentially giving China all of our gold to buy their shit would actually be really bad for America because we're just giving them all our gold, but we're not getting it necessarily back from China. But if we don't have a gold standard and you have a fiat currency system, it kind of has the opposite effect because you give China a bunch of US dollars, but the US dollars they want to spend, in America again because they're US dollars.
Everyone's logging off. We had to get
Okay,
back to the
whatever. We
video.
can move on, but
I think we're almost done with the video anyway.
Right.
Then I have another video that everyone will find much more fun.
okay.
Experience that, if I speak first, even very strong-willed, highly intelligent, high judgment participants in that meeting will wonder, well, if Jeff thinks that, I came in this meeting thinking one thing, but maybe I'm not right. And so you can do little things like, if you're the most senior person in the room, go last. Let everybody else go first. In fact, ideally, let's try to have the most junior person go first, and the second, then try to go in order of seniority.
Right after the meeting, they're all going, God, why does he always have to go last? I never know what to say. How do I suck up to him
Exactly.
if he goes last?
So that you can hear everyone's opinion in a kind of unfiltered way, because we really do. We actually literally change our opinions. If somebody who you really respect says something, it makes you change your mind a little.
So you're saying implicitly or explicitly give permission for people to have a strong opinion, that as long as it's backed by data.
Yes, and sometimes it can even, by the way, a lot of our most powerful truths turn out to be hunches. They turn out to be based on anecdotes.
Yeah.
They're intuition based, and sometimes you don't even have strong data. But you may know the person well enough to trust their judgment. You may feel yourself leaning in. It may resonate with a set of anecdotes you have, and then you may be able to say, something about that feels right. Let's go collect some data on that. Let's try to see if we can actually know whether it's right. But
it doesn't matter, Bezos. You can collect all the data you want. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to change anyone's mind, don't you? It's all going to be.
For now, let's not disregard it because it feels right. You can also fight inherent bias. There's an optimism bias. Like, if there are two interpretations of a new set of data, and one of them is happy and one of them is unhappy, it's a little dangerous to jump to the conclusion that the happy interpretation is right. You may want to sort of compensate for that human bias of looking for, trying to find the silver lining and say, look, that might be good.
Rudyard has the opposite of this, Sitch.
Oh.
Yeah, he's at the pessimism bias.
Oh, yeah.
He's
yeah,
encounters a little bit of data and it's like, oh my God.
Well, as I said, it's funny. I said on Sunday, I understand better where he's coming from. If he's in all these spaces where all the people are saying, fuck free speech, fuck liberalism, I'm willing to do violence. If that's what they're saying, then I understand, that is definitely painting a picture in his mind. I kind of empathize more with where his position is coming from. Now, I still think I'm so optimistic that we're not going to have some kind of broad civil war scenario or something.
Yeah, I'm on the fence, obviously. I'm definitely on the fence about it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Ryan Chapman's video on the Civil War trailer?
No, he had a new video?
Yeah, he did a video on it.
Didn't come up in my feed.
Super short video, but he was like, the fact that everyone is kind of just takes this as some cultural thing that we're all aware of is a little scary, is what he was saying. Yeah. That it doesn't ring like a far off disaster movie.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I understand the point. I still see it as far off. I guess I see it as far off because just all the reasons I said, to Rudyard. It's hard for me to envision a scenario where there is a current or future like if Trump or Biden or whoever is president and just does something that's blatantly illegal and then the military supports it. I don't know, it's just hard for me to conceptualize that scenario would occur. I guess not could it could occur, but
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, so.
Good,
okay.
but I'm going to go with it's bad for now until we're sure.
So speaking of,
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
So is that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting.
What is your take on the people hate truth tellers?
Yeah, well, obviously, because what Bezos said is completely correct, and we've said this a bunch of times. People, and this kind of goes in with the Hoffman perception of reality. People didn't evolve to see what is true. They evolved to see, they evolved to live in cooperative groups. And there's obviously some layer of truth, objective truth you need to understand to be an animal that survives. Um, but at the same token, there's an element of social dynamics that can be even more important that you need to survive. And he brought up a good point that, from an evolutionary perspective, the person who is able to get along with the tribe is probably far more likely to have a child, propagate themselves and move forward and produce genes that go on forward, as opposed to the person who always, points out the thing that is true because the thing that is true can be uncomfortable or impolite or piss everyone off, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It is.
Kind of sucks, in all honesty. I
Yeah,
mean,
but that's why it's so important, and I believe this very strongly. It's so important not only for people to understand sort of the elephant rider and how we all think in order for us to kind of temper ourselves, but how powerful evolutionary forces are on the human brain and our psychology, so we can kind of check ourselves to see what's going on here. This is part of why I don't like. I understand that intuition is a very useful, very powerful thing and people should not give up on intuition, but it's also why you can't trust your intuition because your intuition did not evolve to tell you what things that are true. Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, we could all. I think sometimes people trust their intuition far too much. I always try to temper my faith in my intuition.
Yeah.
Um. Hmm.
So what is this?
I was
Journalist
gonna.
Jonathan Liss says 6-year-olds should be assisted to be trans. Wow. Okay. That seems interesting.
Oh yeah, this clip is bizarre. I was gonna say something else, but I forgot what it
No.
was. Damn it. Anyway. Um. Hmm.
Ginger Miss Prime for 3 Aussie says, "Oh my God, Jeff Bezos sounds exactly like no bullshit." Does he? I don't think he sounded like no bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't make that association either.
Mm-hmm. Scrolling Oz for 20 Aussie bucks says Trump said the Democrats were poisoning the blood, not the immigrants. Listen to the statement. Did he? Wait, let me go back here. Have I been gaslit and tricked here? It's very possible. Trump poison blood statements. Because I brought up the other day, I looked at I actually had the video. Okay, I'm curious now because that would be a pretty big situation of the framing kind of tricking my brain into seeing something in a specific way. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's bring up the original. I really like the YouTube transcripts function is a real game changer.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
Because before you would never be able to find, the statement in its totality, right? So
Yes. The someone in the chat said Adam would never put up a poll on MMT. So I immediately put up a poll on MMT.
the best way to make Am do something is to say that he would not do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, psychological reactance kicked in. Immediately I put up a poll, but I am actually surprised by the poll because I would have assumed it would be like 10% yes. The poll is, do you want more MMT streams? And I would have assumed 10% yes, 90% no, but it's 45% yes, 55% no. I feel like some of you might be trolling us though.
Right. Do you want to look at this? Oh, continue.
They don't allow you to switch votes, but go ahead.
Right. Do you want to look at this Trump speech real quick before we?
Sure, bring it up. I don't care.
Let's see.
Are we going to get banned? Are we going to get accused of white nationalism?
I think we'll be okay. Okay, let's see. Let's watch this. I'm gonna start from like 2 minutes out just so we can get like a good context of whatever the statement is. So let's start here at the 42 minutes, 24 seconds mark.
Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor.
Look, he adopted the Glenn Beck, the fascists are really on the left.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Because I am being indicted for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. And never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never allow them to take away your freedom. It is very simple when you think about it. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way, and I will always be standing in their way.
So this is really good persuasion. I don't obviously agree with the statement, but this is a very good persuasion technique. My persecution is really your persecution, right?
I know. Look, a lot of people do feel persecuted too. It's
of course
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good persuasion. Though obviously I think it's dishonest, but okay.
Oh.
You know, I had a great life. I had a life of tremendous luxury. I built a tremendous company. You actually got to see that with this fake trial I have going on in New York. Tremendous cash, very low debt. Greatest assets. Nobody has, very few people have assets like, and I could have been all over the world sampling my assets, right? And instead I'm in New Hampshire with you, and I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy. But they ask me, a lot of times they get asked this question, sir, you had the greatest life anybody could have. Would you do it again? I said, absolutely. I'm so honored to do it because we made America great, and then they've destroyed our country, and we're going to make it great again, greater than ever before, and there's nothing I can do that's going to top that.
He frames it as self-sacrifice.
Yes.
I had this amazing life.
Yep.
Now I'm here on the cross. I'm here on the cross with you.
Right.
I've had plenty of the other life, right? We've had plenty of the other life. We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous.
So I'll agree that the they is vague. But I think it can't be Democrats because he says they're poisoning mental institutions around the world. The Democrats are doing that? That doesn't make sense, right? It has to be like some kind of criminal immigrant thing he's referring to, right?
South America to do. Yeah, we got poisoning the. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do.
So, because he says they let them into the country, so that would be like the they in that sense is Democrats. So I understand that, like that first sentence.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what.
Okay, so then you'd say, well, he's saying they against that would be the Democrats, possibly, but then right after that he says
what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world. Not
They're poisoning prisons all over the world. The Democrats are doing that. Unless he just means like the left generally.
Wow.
I don't know. Wait, it was kind of a vague statement.
we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the three.
Wait.
We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa.
So, okay, here's the problem with the statement. I can actually perceive it, either interpretation of it, that the they that is poisoning is like the immigrants, or is like the left, and he's trying to make some broader statement about the left is poisoning countries around the world, I guess. But the problem is that even if you accept that interpretation, the before and after of the poison line is fixated on immigration. So even if it's the they is the left, it's the left is poisoning America. You know, the interpretation would be the left is poisoning America via allowing immigration into the country. So it would still have the same effective meaning as if the they that's poisoning the country is the immigrants. It's saying, well, it's the left allowing the immigrants who are the poison in the country. So not a good statement either way.
Is it clear though? I mean, it sounds
not
like we're
really clear.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it is not
we
clear.
have to read his mind. The
Yeah.
thing is, this is what politicians do expertly.
Mm-hmm.
They say things that are completely unclear so people can read them either way. This is the way you cater to 2 different groups of people at the same time.
Well, here's the problem. A lot of people have been pointing out, as Scott Adams has been pointing out, you know, Trump has done the whole "I'm only going to be a dictator on day one" thing, right?
Right.
And the idea here that we're throwing around is that Trump is trying to, you know, this is what the Trump defense is, right? Trump is making a joke of it because the way to weaken the attack is to mock it, right? Is to make it a joke. That's the Scott Adams super Trump defense of that statement. Okay.
Mhm.
That's, even if that's like true, is what's like the idea, we could very easily see scenario, because there was some polling, I forget, today, that was like the majority of Americans were actually afraid that Donald Trump is going to be like a dictator or something. And you get this problem where if the left's messaging, which it has been, is Donald Trump's going to be a dictator, Donald Trump's going to be a dictator, Donald Trump's going to be a dictator, and then Donald Trump makes that quote joke about being a dictator on day one, is that an effective strategy? If then obviously the left turns around and says, aha, Donald Trump said he's going to be a dictator from day one. And that's what, like, most of the normie people who are the swing votes, that's what they're going to hear. They're going to hear Donald Trump himself said he's going to be a dictator just for one day. I should say just for one day, not at day one, but just for one day. They're going to hear that. They're not going to hear like this, oh, it was a joke, he's mocking. They're not going to hear all this like kind of like subtlety, complex defense that people on the right are hearing. And so people go into the voting booth, you know, how is that going to affect, you know, their judgment there when they make that vote?
Yeah. Look, he made the joke about president for life. And I thought it was a super funny joke, but look, now I think he's serious.
Well,
it's not a joke anymore.
I don't think he's serious, but I do think it was a joke, but I think it's a joke that didn't serve him. And I think that the dictator for one day comments is not going to end up serving him either. And if he does lose,
the
I think
people on the right that want a dictator, though.
some people do, yeah.
I think a lot of people do.
Okay, well, I hope not.
Which is, I mean, that's the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I remember Scott Adams did the poll where he asked his audience, and he gave three choices for Trump not to be a dictator, or for if they were cool with him being a dictator. And it was like 80%, right? For Donald Trump being a dictator. Sure, Scott Adams is telling himself, "Oh, you guys this is all funny. It's all just fun and games."
Right.
But I'm not sure it is, to be honest with you. I think a lot of people see people on the left as a threat to society because that's the way that they've been framed.
Mm-hmm.
And if Donald Trump basically suspends the Constitution to take care of the leftists, I think most of the Republican Party, most of the conservatives, I think, are in favor of that.
So I think
Look,
that
a lot of
is,
people, if you're listening to us right now, you're definitely not in that group, obviously, because you're listening to us.
sure,
Right?
right.
But if you're listening to Matt Walsh, I think you're in the group that wants Donald Trump to be a dictator.
I think there's definitely a contingency. There's some percentage of people on the right that do want that. I mean, we've argued there's obviously a contingency. You know, there's the monarchist or whatever, right? We've heard all these arguments about why a dictator is better than a democracy, blah, 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 blah. We've heard arguments from some far right people about how, you know, democracy and liberalism is what allows the evil woke communism in the first place, and therefore it must be destroyed and replaced with something a little bit more fascistic or
a little
totalitarian.
stronger.
Right. Which to me is like, and I've always made the argument, is kind of ridiculous because, like, well, we basically have a situation where, like, a lot of the top people in power basically became corrupted by wokeness. Now imagine if we lived in, like, a more authoritarian country with, like, a king or something. Why would you think that they would be immune to, like, the corruption of wokeness? They could just be implementing wokeness and still be a king, and you'd have no recourse. And there's a story that happened in Canada where, you know, there's some, like, because they don't have the First Amendment free speech principles that we have in America, you know, there was some court case that could go forward about whether, you know, some people were calling some organization groomers, right? And the court basically said, like, oh, you can go, you know, that could be defamatory. Like, you know, you don't have the free speech to have an opinion about whether you call someone a groomer or not. And I'm like, okay, to me, that's authoritarian, you know, that's the kind of authoritarian monarchical wokeness in action right there. But putting that aside, I do think that there is some percentage of people on the right that would be in favor of Donald Trump being president forever, or a person like that being president forever. I'm not, I don't think it's the majority of people that vote Republican in this country. I think the majority of people that vote Republican in this country do not want Donald Trump to be president forever, and would be turned, I would hope, and maybe it's my optimism here, I would hope would be turned off by such a notion. I think Scott Adams' audience is highly radicalized. I think whenever we go into any sort of internet political space, like, it's generally going to have a leaning towards more extreme political thoughts and ideas than the normal population, because it's people that are really into politics. And there's some percentage of people that are trolling. But there's some percentage of people that are telling the truth. And I don't know what the answer is, the specific number breakdown.
There's two questions here. There is, you know, how many people genuinely would like a dictator so that they can deal with all the leftists and just take care of it, right?
Yes.
Go be above the law, just whatever needs to be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question is how, like, what is the percentage? What is the percentage that, you know, are down with democracy and what are not? Are you saying that the people who answered Scott Adams' poll, Scott Adams has a concentrated level of radicals in his audience? So most of his audience are those people that want a dictator, but, you know, you hope that there are more people who are outside of Scott Adams' audience that don't want that. I guess, look, I mean, none of us know. That's the thing.
Sure. Right. There's no way to know the answer to that question.
The thing that, look, and I pinned Sammy G's comment because Sammy G definitely is the optimist. Sammy's like, look, I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican. I don't want that. Yeah, look, I hope you're in the majority. I just don't know.
Yeah, well, I think you have to be very careful. And this is part of what, you know, we you have to be careful too, because we do a lot of coverage on woke stuff. We just did the coverage of the Matt Walsh stuff. It's very easy for people to, because we're kind of wired and programmed biologically that whatever we're experiencing is like the mental map of which we believe the world is operating according to. And so like, yeah, there could be people that, maybe even people who watch a lot of our content, if we spend too much time just talking about woke stuff, and it can kind of inculcate people into like, well, this stuff is so pervasive that you need some kind of radical extreme thing to fix the problem. And that radical extreme thing is, some kind of dictator-esque solution, right? So that's definitely a thing, but you have to always remember that what you're personally dieting on in your political consumption and what your personal environment is not usually indicative of the whole, especially on internet politics, because we said this a million times, internet politics does not map well onto normie politics. The internet's favorite, if internet politics mapped well onto normie politics, Vivek would be destroying everyone except for Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump would be the clear front runner. Vivek would be like a close second, maybe, or just, he'd just be second. And then everyone else would be in the dust. But that's not what we're seeing. Like, if the internet politics was mapping on properly, why is Nikki Haley doing so well, right, in the polls?
Yeah.
It's like, so
I
it's, so
mean,
my, right. So
she's
I'm just
not
saying that,
doing
like,
as well as the guy that said he'd be a dictator, but I see what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
yeah, but so much of Trump's doing well is just because of his name recognition.
Right.
Is just because people are like, well, I like Donald Trump the first time.
Wouldn't he
And
dip
so
in the polls though if people were really offended by this dictator comment?
if they were, well, yeah, but they're just gonna say it's a joke,
Yeah. Look,
right?
the place where I have a problem is where people say, I know, when we can't possibly know. There is an answer to that question, but
Yeah,
I just don't know how you get at it. And people are like very, very, very stubborn in the fact that they think that they know. And I just look, all you're doing
Yeah.
is consulting your
Your
intuitions.
intuition. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I'm saying I don't know the answer to that question, but I just say to be cautious. And I said this is my bias towards optimism. I don't think there's a majority of people in the Republican Party that want some kind of dictator for life. I think there's a, minority of people on the internet that want that, and they happen to be very extreme in their view and very vocal in their view.
Mhm.
But I don't think that's indicative of the whole Republican Party.
Well, no, I see what you're saying. You're like, look,
Right.
there's a bunch of radicals on the internet that want that. The normies out there in their homes don't want that.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know. Maybe they do.
No, I
want
know.
that.
Yeah, right. And I don't know for sure. That's just my intuition.
I mean, I've talked to some people that aren't really online people that seem like, oh, they'd be cool with that.
Maybe. I mean, I would be more worried that I feel like people, to me, the bigger threat is that people can be soft walked into almost anything.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
to me, that's a scenario. So like you could have scenarios where both people on the left or the right are like, oh yeah, of course I believe in democracy. And then if it's framed correctly, that there's some existential threat coming from the right or from the left, you could have someone could very quickly and probably scarily easily maybe accept, well, we have to suspend, the law for this scenario, right? Or more likely we kind of twist. Well, here's the thing, and here's why I guess I'm also confident. A lot of what happened with Trump and January 6th and all this stuff, it was all the arguments, most of the arguments, not all the arguments, most of the arguments, even though I disagree with them, they're generally framed in the position of defending the correct law, right? It's like, well, Donald Trump, the election was stolen from him because they cheated, right? Like it's still framed within the context of the law. It's not really framed in the context of, the law. Who cares about what the law says? Donald Trump is like fighting evil, and that's all that matters. So therefore, Donald Trump should be president. Like if that becomes the main argument, then I will be worried.
That is
Right.
the main argument.
It's not really the main argument. I've not really heard that be the main argument
His
myself.
argument for why The reason why people are cheering for him to be a dictator on day one is because he's going to enact policies that they're in favor of. He's going to go around the system and enact the policies that they care about. He's going to build his wall and seal the border. There's breaking news that we've got 2 super chats on, and I looked it up.
Okay.
Sent you an article on CNN. Evidently, the Colorado Supreme Court removes Trump from the 2024 ballot over the January 6th, which is, I mean, he's got to win Colorado, right? I mean, Colorado's like a big
Colorado
swing
Supreme Court
state.
removes Trump from 20. Whoa. What?
Yeah, this is pretty big. So
a stunning decision, Colorado Supreme Court removed former President Donald Trump from the state 2024 ballot, ruling that he isn't eligible presidential candidate because of the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban. The ruling was 4-3. Will be placed on hold pending until January 4th, pending a certain appeal to the United States Supreme Court, which could settle the matter. Well, I mean, here's what's interesting. I can't imagine that the Supreme Court would uphold that. But I'm not sure what the legality of them getting rid of it. I don't know enough about the legal issues as to what the arguments would be one way or the other, but I can't imagine the Supreme Court would uphold that.
He lost Colorado in 2016. So even if it does go all the way, he could still become president.
Sure.
Even if he's not on the ballot in Colorado, which that's probably what people are wondering.
Well, okay, I hate when these sites don't link to the judge opinion. Colorado Trump ban. Because I'm curious as to what the argument. Here's the problem.
Well, the argument
so if you haven't been following it, the argument is that they say you can't run for president if you've hold on, I just had the argument.
If you've committed an act of insurrection.
If you commit an act of insurrection, right?
Which he has, according to the impeachments, I guess.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, here's my problem with that, because I don't agree with that ruling, is because now in the law it doesn't clearly define
what an insurrection is, yeah.
What insurrection is or how that's categorized. That's because obviously when the law was written, this was a law that was directed at the South. It was right after the Civil War, and it was very clear, who had insurrected against the country, right? It wasn't really like people weren't debating whether they insurrected against the country or not because we had a civil war. It was all out in the open for the most part. So they didn't really put in a procedure to determine who is an insurrectionist and what that means. And it's hard for me, if Donald Trump had been found in a court of law to commit the crime of insurrection, I would say, okay, then that makes sense because he was found in a court of law to commit insurrection, but he hasn't been, and I don't believe he's even been charged with insurrection. He's being charged with, defrauding people and, and stuff like that. I don't see how, when there's no official ruling, no official government body has declared that Donald Trump committed an insurrection, I don't see how a judge then can just on their own opinion rule well, in my opinion, he committed insurrection, and therefore he can't be on the ballot for president. That to me seems too extreme. That's far too extreme for me to feel comfortable with a decision like that.
Yeah. It's obviously they're gonna appeal it.
Yeah, what's
the article say about the appeal?
It says it's going to go to the Supreme Court.
Before or after the election?
Well, obviously before. It says the ruling will be placed on hold pending an appeal until January 4th.
Okay.
Well, I'm assuming that the Supreme Court will try to do a rush hearing on it or something. So we'll see. Yeah, it doesn't. The only thing is, so I would be shocked if the Supreme Court upheld this, just because obviously the Supreme Court's makeup is very conservative at the moment. But I don't know enough about the law because I don't know what parts of the law, a lot of the federal law basically grants the states leeway to basically do whatever they want when it comes to elections. This was actually the basis of the argument that the Trump administration put out in the last election where they were asking the state legislatures to throw out the votes and just vote for Donald Trump, saying that, well, the Constitution says that states can kind of choose the manner of their of how like a president isn't to pass. So if you do these, we won't go after you with federal power. That's essentially what the email said. That was the death email, remember? That was the signing your own, what was it? Signing your own death certificate or grave or whatever. That was that email that
This
guy
this
wanted.
happened in Colorado?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
Remember we watched the congressional hearing where the guy,
Yeah, he wanted to send a letter out, an email out to the states.
the guy who
Yeah.
defended the oil spill people,
Right.
or was it Enron? Or
Telling
whatever.
them that there were investigations,
Yeah.
pending investigations into election
Right.
fraud,
But it was
which
it was a twofold
wasn't
letter.
true. Yeah.
It was twofold. It was telling them that, well, threefold. It's twofold. It was telling them that the federal government had done investigations into voting fraud and found claims that validated that suitable voter fraud had occurred, number one, which was not accurate at the time. And number two, that the Constitution said that basically states could do whatever they want. So if a state legislature decided on its own to kind of throw out the vote and vote for Donald Trump, it was a signal that the federal government would not prosecute them. Right. That was what
Yeah.
Trump wanted the Justice Department of the United States to send out. He fired the attorney general and put this other guy in charge. And then basically the guy he fired basically argued well enough to Trump to unfire him. And that's what that happened. And then the letter was never sent out. Right. But that was essentially the same argument. So since that is true to an extent that the states have a lot of leeway over how they control their elections, I'm not sure. I'm sure they'll construct one, but I'm not sure what the exact legal argument would be from federal Supreme Court to say that a state can't make a decision on who's allowed to be on the ballot, unless it's because the decision is rooted on federal law because it's the 14th Amendment, and maybe they could. I don't know Again, I don't know enough about it. If the Supreme Court could say that a state Supreme Court, even if it's a state-controlled issue, misinterpreted the federal Constitution, so therefore they have jurisdiction. I don't know. It's going to be a really weird, complicated case, probably, even though I think there's very little chance that this will be upheld by the Supreme Court. So, and I don't think it should be. Well, here's the thing. Putting all the legal crap aside, I don't know if it should.
Look, if Donald Trump sent that letter out and tried to get Colorado to throw out their electors,
right?
I mean, it seems like obvious this could be just payback. It's like, try to get us to throw our electors out, motherfucker.
No, sure.
You're not even on the ballot this time around.
What I mean is, like, I'm conflicted because, I said this on Sunday. I'm a very, I want things to follow the correct law and order procedure.
Right.
Because that's
very procedural oriented. Yeah. Donald Trump is the opposite of that.
No, I understand that. I get it.
Donald Trump is, how do I get what I want?
Right. He doesn't care at all about procedure. But my opinion is that I think it's a dangerous precedent to set if states run around and say that, big, normal, mainstream candidates cannot appear on ballots.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a way dangerous
precedent to set. So what
it's
I mean,
like the states could collaborate and just pick who the president is just by who they put on the ballot.
Exactly. And so when I say I'm conflicted, what I'm referring to is I'm conflicted because even if there was a good legal argument that the Supreme Court doesn't have the jurisdiction to overrule the state Supreme Court and force them to put Trump on the ballot, I still feel like the Supreme Court should make them do it anyway, because I think the precedent set for this is just so dangerous. That's what I meant when I was saying I'm conflicted. So, I don't think it's justifiable under what happened currently for them to take Trump off the ballot. And I do think it sets a dangerous precedent. So, but this is kind of the danger of the whole playing with the dictator joke, because if you believe in your heart of hearts that Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, then that gives you the power to rationalize basically doing anything to stop him, right, from coming into power. And so that's why it is dangerous to play these games where you call people that aren't dictators dictators, or you even joke about being a dictator when you're being called a dictator, because, just empowers people to act in very specific ways. So
I just think it's ironic that we're living in a time when, dictator, socialist, all these terms would have just ended someone's political career. And now you have people on the left saying, hell yeah, I'm a socialist. You have people on the right going, hell yeah, I'm a dictator. It's like, what the fuck?
uh-huh.
What timeline are we living in?
Right.
All the moderates are dead, Sitch.
No, I mean, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
I'm like full comedian mode, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, it was nice. It was nice while it lasted.
This is the American dream. Sitch, you're living in it. I'm over here like Night Owl.
It came true.
Yeah. I'm like, okay. Well, but I assume, do you agree or disagree? I mean, what's your take on all this?
I'm very excited about this coming year, this presidential election.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing content. I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to watch every twist and turn. I'm fascinated by it. I think it could end in basically a civil war in the United States ceasing to exist, but it's going to be fun while it lasts.
I meant specifically about this news story.
Oh, this news story?
Yes,
oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, look, I don't know. I don't know the players involved. My intuition is that this is probably a lot of independent players who just have an axe to grind are kind of stepping up and making moves.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't surprise me if Colorado has an axe to grind over the January 6th stuff, and they're just trying to keep them off the ballot because of that. It's obviously Democrats.
That's obviously what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's obviously Democrats, but I don't know how much power they have. The states have a lot of power over how they run their elections. So this could stick, definitely. And if it sticks, other states that have Democrats with the power to keep Trump off the ballot have some case law to turn to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, if Donald Trump is kept off the ballot in 3 or 4 essential states, he has no chance of winning. 0 chance of winning.
Yeah.
That's going to change that's radically going to change the whole shebang here. I mean, you think Republicans are going to be happy about that, or you think they're going to be talking about civil war nonstop on their Facebook pages?
Well, if Trump is not allowed to be on like key ballots and just can't win because of that,
yeah, if they keep him off Ohio and
then
Michigan,
I think that definitely increases the chances of civil war, and I think that definitely increases people talking about.
Oh
civil
wow!
war.
Okay,
yeah, that would definitely be something, right? Because then it's just obviously
Interesting.
like it's not fair at that point, right? It's this kind of extrajudicial process.
Yeah, if they can
So.
keep him off the ballot in Michigan and Ohio, he's screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Fascinating.
Yeah, but I'll look into them because I'll have to read the opinion. Again, I'm pretty confident. I would predict pretty well the Supreme Court's gonna try to overturn this. I don't know what the legal argument will be, but they will, just because I think they're very conservative. But I have to read through the opinion. I can only find the opinion from the lower court. It's like 100 fucking pages, so I can't read it all on stream. I don't know if the state Supreme Court just affirmed it without giving their own opinion, because I can't seem to find that at the moment. But I'll have to read through it because I'm curious as to what the legal argument will be to try to predict that the Supreme Court will make to overturn and get rid of it. So anyway, well, that's interesting news. It's definitely interesting news. But I think it's interesting news, but I don't think it's going to matter. So.
Well, it's fascinating.
But it is fascinating. A poll found that 56% of those surveyed at least somewhat agree that Trump will act like a dictator if given a second term.
And does it break it down by Democrats and Republicans?
Let's see. I mean, I'm assuming it does. Um,
What are you tapping
doesn't
on over there?
doesn't
Never
my
heard you
desk.
tap before. Never heard that before.
Okay.
Interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
It
Zoom must be sleeping today. The little Zoom guy in there that
doesn't.
filters all that
I mean,
stuff out.
I'm
is
assuming
like,
the poll. I'd have to go find the poll. They don't have a link to the poll, but I'm assuming it breaks it down. But 56% is going to be more. It's going to be enough, you know. Someone had a good question about, they said it's 40% of, or good statement. They said 40% of Republicans. Oh, Suck says it for $5. Yeah, about 40% of Republicans don't want Trump to be president a second time, according to polls. I think we could assume most don't want a permanent Trump. I mean, that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. So, do you think Trump is selfish and self-centered enough to risk civil war for his ego? 100%.
yeah, easily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, very easily. Um, so
Trump would incite a civil war.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure LegalTube will have a lot of fun tonight kind of going over this decision, so we'll see. Anyways, you want to watch this? Let's go back to this clip that we were supposed to watch.
Are you done with the blood and soil Trump clip?
Yeah, I think we're done. Well, I mean, we were done with it a while ago. We moved off to this sort of news story, but
by the way, the government.
What do we got here?
We have the journalist Jonathan Leese talking about 6-year-olds should be assisted to be trans.
I don't know if this is Australia or England.
Hawk
Can't tell
TV.
their accents apart. Yeah.
It's,
has funded
the
it.
UK.
Briefly, schools will have to tell parents if their children either socially transition at school. There is no duty on schools to allow them to socially transition. There is no duty on teachers to use a different pronoun or name for a child. Schools are obliged to maintain single-sex changing rooms, but people who identify as different gender will be able to play with the gender they identify with, but only in non-contact sports. So this has come out today. Samantha, parents have been waiting for ages for this. Has the government, it's a really, really difficult issue. Has the government got the balance right on this?
I believe they absolutely have. I think that, as it said, the new parent-first approach is absolutely the key. All too often, I think, especially in recent years, we've seen the government acting as a de facto parent, as we've said many times, the nanny state. I think that parents have lost a great deal of agency and a great deal of involvement in their own children's lives. And the idea that schools or medical professionals could withhold very important information from their parents just on the basis that their kid doesn't want their parents to know. If there are safeguarding concerns, then parents and then social services get involved. But parents should know what's going on in their kids' lives.
The Chiron says trans guidance. Schools told to presume a child cannot change gender. I think that would probably trigger a lot of people on Twitter, right?
Parents should always know, because the best possible education.
Unpause.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I agree with what she was saying completely, obviously. I think it's crazy. I think you have to, tell parents what's going on here. How old is this lady? She looks very young.
I know she looks like she's 10.
I was like, why is there why is there a child?
Why is a small child on here?
Right. I mean, I agree with her completely, but I was like, she looks very, very young because I don't know how old she is.
Do you agree that Chiron is pretty triggering to a lot of trans Twitter?
School told to presume a child cannot change gender.
Right.
That would be triggering to trans Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
Because they're like, what?
Well, we're seeing, we saw this because of the Tavistock clinic. There's been kind of this big pendulum swing back, it seems like, in the UK on like a lot of the trans issues. So this does make sense that they're moving in that direction.
Right. America's just late to the party because everyone's getting rich off it.
Well, that we haven't had like the big controversy yet, like the Tavistock thing. We have
Tavistock.
Tavistock, sorry. We
Yeah.
haven't had that big central controversy. I mean, part of it's, because we don't have a centralized kind of health system to get accurate information to that extent, but
Right. We have all these clinics just
right.
popping up everywhere and
Right. But
bringing up charges, sliding credit cards.
when the lawsuits start piling up, I think you'll start to see things changing in the US.
Let's hope.
So
I wonder how Chloe Cole's lawsuit is going. Because
yeah, I don't know.
she's in California.
Right.
I think I'm not optimistic about the lawsuits. I think that people are going to get screwed on the lawsuits. I think the medical community is going to come in and protect their own and say, look, standards of care were this. Sure, the standards of care have changed, but we did the best we could at the time. No settlement.
It's going to be funny because basically all of the protections, not all, but the overwhelming amount of protections that doctors have from being sued were all implemented by Republicans.
Right. Oh yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. And so you get this kind of weird thing where actually in red states, probably the doctors are going to have more protections than they would have in blue states. But putting that all aside, I think even that being the case, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up in a scenario where people that sue doctors in blue states are found that they can't sue the doctors, and people that sue doctors in red states are found that they can sue doctors in red states. And so it's going to have to be adjudicated on some kind of federal level to get to the bottom of, the situation. And then even then, it'll be very probably dependent. At first, the lawsuit will be like, well, did they follow the proper procedures and guidelines? And those that didn't will get hit first. And then there'll be a question of even if they did follow the guidelines, can you still get sued if the guidelines are messed up? So it's going to be a whole complicated legal web to untangle, but we're going to live through it. We're going to untangle it. We're going to watch it. We're going to comment on it as it unfolds before our eyes.
Is a partnership between those amazing teachers and the parents. They shouldn't be keeping any information from each other. And Jonathan, this will help teachers. They have been, before this guidance is out there, they've been in such a difficult position because this is a rapidly changing part of our society. And I think teachers have felt out there on their own, sort of making it up as they go along before this guidance was available.
So before this guy even says anything, okay, now I have seen this clip, so I know where this goes. I said this before. This has always struck me as very weird. This is how I guess you knew that I was very classically liberal, or I really believe in like liberal ideas at a young age. Okay, this is the eternal rebel of Sitch's mind here. I never liked that people would signal super parts of their personality by how they physically appear.
Okay. That sweater screaming to you there.
So I never liked, even when I hung out with a lot of the goth kids, I never dressed specifically like goth. I didn't like that people would dress like goth or preppy or, now it's like people kind of dress like how they're aligned politically, right? Like there's a very clear aesthetic for like leftists or lefty type people. And to me, it's such a turnoff that you're like making a conscious decision. And this is because I believe, as the liberal that believes in authenticity, who believes that there's something inside of you that goes deeper than your appearance that kind of describes who you are as a person, and that should be what's important. I never like this idea of like, I'm going to dress in some way that signals to the world everything about my personality. And so I especially like, I don't like this idea that there's like this aesthetic that people who are like very left, like they like this guy is signaling to the world his politics by his appearance, right?
Yeah. Well, and his
like you just look at him. You look at this guy and you instantly know what his politics are. And to me, if I looked that way, I would change myself. I don't want to look in the mirror, have someone look at me and go, I know all your politics instantly by just looking at you, by glancing at you. I know everything, all your political beliefs. Like, that to me is wild. Why would you want that?
So you can get points from your tribe.
I guess.
Virtue signal points.
I guess. It's
What do
not
you-
just, it's a sweater, it's the beard, it's everything. You just know instantly what this guy's going to say when you look at him.
What do you
Anyway.
think the judgment should be for like bottom surgery when someone detransitions?
You mean if they sue the doctor?
Yeah. I looked up the caps for California. The
Well, I mean, it should
medical
be
malpractice
it
caps.
should be that it should be whatever the cap is, because it's obviously it should be the highest possible thing that they could be sued for.
Okay, but what would you think is fair?
I don't know, millions of dollars, obviously. I go in the millions range. I mean, you know, really severely impacted someone's life in a pretty drastic way.
The cap starts at $350,000.
Right. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most
super
states
low.
have some kind of cap that's far under $1 million.
Ridiculously
Yeah.
low. Yeah, exactly.
Because the Republicans have been lobbying for these caps for so people probably don't remember this because this happened before a lot of people's time. In the 90s and in the early 2000s, when people were arguing about healthcare costs being too high, the primary right Republican argument was that the reason healthcare was too high, and there's some truth to this, don't get me wrong, but the primary argument was that the reason healthcare costs are so high
Because of medical malpractice.
is because of medical malpractice and medical malpractice insurance. And so Republicans across the country, you know, were really pushing to implement these malpractice caps. And I'm sure there's truth to that idea, but so that, you know, will come into, you know, down the road when if these transgender, you know, regret lawsuits kind of start picking up. But anyway, let's see what this gentleman is going to say.
Just one more thing. Wrongful death.
Yeah.
The doctor ends up killing your loved one.
Right.
$500,000 cap. How fucking evil is that? How evil is that?
Yeah.
Doctor's drunk, operating on your spouse, ends up killing them.
Well, I wonder.
$500,000 payout.
I would imagine. I'd imagine if you looked at the law, there's some, like, I would assume that the cap is if the doctor, you know, is acting accordingly, like doing their best, right?
Like you don't get anything.
No. Like, it's still like if the doctor is drunk, right? And he's like, you know, and they die. Like,
you think you get more money then? Whoa.
I think I would imagine.
I'm not sure
I don't know
about
this,
that.
but I would guess the cap doesn't cover like the doctor was just completely negligently drunk, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Look, you might get 500,000 out of their insurance, and you might be able to sue him on the side. That might happen. I could see that going.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Well, the one thing I would say is that I don't think, as this article was talking about, sort of teachers fearing losing their jobs, they use the wrong pronouns. I don't think that should ever be on the table. But I think that I completely object and reject the new guidance, because I don't think that we should have a parent-first approach. I think we should have a child-first approach. If children want to feel very strongly about this issue, I think it's incumbent upon people to assist that and to encourage them to be who they are. Now, that also,
you know, I think we should have a child-first approach too, Adam. Okay.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I think, I don't know, whatever you're thinking I'm going to say, I'm not going to say. Okay.
Oh, please don't. Yeah.
I think that when the kid says, I want ice cream for breakfast, okay, we have to have a child-first approach. And we have to say, well, the parent doesn't necessarily know what's best for the kid. The kid wants ice cream for breakfast. So you got to give it to them. You got to give them that ice cream, right?
Yeah.
For breakfast.
Yeah.
I think
a teardrop tattoo because his friend's dad was in prison.
There you go. You know, when the kid says, you know what? I don't want to go to school today. I want to play video games. Right? I feel like I would learn more from playing video games than I would at school. You know, we should have a child-first approach to these sorts of things. And we should say, well, let the child decide. The child knows what's best for it, right? That's why it's a child. That's why, we give children all the same legal rights and responsibilities as their parents and adults, right?
Of course, yeah.
Right, yeah. Oh, wait, I'm being completely sarcastic.
They
Don't
should
do
be
any of that
able to
thing,
work
right?
in the.
The coal
They
mines, right?
I was thinking the bar, but
Okay. The kids yearn for the mines, right? That's why they play Minecraft all the time. So yeah, this just is a bafflingly stupid take, but okay.
It's dangerous for one point. If you are, there might be parents at home who aren't as progressive and understanding, and not necessarily they might not have a background of abuse.
So let me just pick you.
there might be parents at home that actually care about their kids.
Sure. Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, well, no, it's crazy that like because there's a possibility of a parent who will abuse their child because they hate LGBT stuff so much, right? They hate the transit so much to abuse their child. Because it's a possibility, which it is a possibility, therefore that means that all parents across the country shouldn't have a say because of some small minority, would react in some kind of bad way. Like that's the argument that he's making, which is ludicrous. It's a ludicrous argument.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of scientific backing to any of this stuff. Every time I have someone try to explain the science behind it, it seems like there's other explanations that are more plausible just through regular human psychology. So I feel like this is like a moral panic thing on the trans activist side.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it is, yeah.
And I think they're gaslighting kids and creating false positives all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's pretty obvious. So
From that there though, because I think.
But this guy's saying, look, once you've gaslit a kid into thinking that he's trans, you can't tell the parents, obviously, because they might try to gaslight him out of it. Right?
I'm trying to think of another example of something in our society where like it's some important decision the child makes and we just say, well, the parent shouldn't get a say. The child should get a say in this life-altering decision.
Right.
We should trust the child's judgment. Like I can't really think of any other scenario.
Yeah,
we
what
kind of
is
accept
that?
this logic. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. What? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
The legal guardian has control over everything.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like saying, look, we here at the school, we think kids should be able to transition if they feel like it at 6 years old.
Yeah, it's like
We'd like to step in.
Where does this logic appear in any other time frame, Can't think of it. I can't think of another argument where I'm like, yeah, let the kid decide things.
What would happen if the kid came to the teacher and said, listen, I'm Jewish, but my friend Billy is Christian. And I really think this Jesus thing is where it's at.
Can you baptize me without telling my parents?
Can you baptize me in the name of Jesus?
Yeah.
But not tell my parents. I think my identity is Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
And just let's keep my Jewish parents out of this. They're going to be pretty pissed about it.
Yeah, that wouldn't go over well, right?
What do you think what do you think old Sweater Boy here would be saying?
He would not
Sweater Boy say, "Oh, yes, let's let them express their religious identity."
You know what? That's a good point, and it's a good thing to ask. People that make this argument is to frame it exactly that way. Or let's say don't even use Jewish, use atheist because that's like more triggering, right, to the moral intuitions.
Oh, okay,
like,
sure.
Oh, my parents raised me to be atheist.
Oh, there you go.
They said God isn't real.
Right.
But I see my friend, he's Christian, and he's really, I feel really confident that Jesus, is my Lord and Savior. Can you baptize me in secret and like just make sure you don't tell my atheist parents because they're very, I don't want to like any trouble.
They're gonna beat me if they find out that I'm a Christian.
Well, no, just like they're just gonna be very unhappy, right? They just
no, they're gonna beat the shit out of me.
No, don't say that because that gives an easy out, right? You have to say like, well, they're very unhappy with the Christian lifestyle, right?
Like the first thing they're going to do is want to go to the parents and say, look, your kid's talking about becoming religious. You need to beat the shit out of him. That's not an easy out for them. That's what they're looking for.
No. I'm saying if we had a conversation with someone, they would, they would use that as an out to not answer the question.
No, they would say, listen, the parents should beat them.
Okay, yes, what they're gonna say. Yeah, sure, of course. Right.
How dare they be religious?
Right.
Now, do they want to transition?
Right. Now if it comes to transition. So why does transitioning get like the pass here, but like the Christian thing doesn't? So I don't know. It's not. There's not going to be a lot of consistency in that answer, I'd imagine.
No, what they're going to say is going to say, listen, every single medical institution in
you're
the
right.
entire world, except for most of Europe, the Netherlands,
right? Yeah, except for the
Australia, most of England, but all the other ones in the world,
right?
Yeah, they're going to say, look, it's a medical thing. This is, you're talking about ideology. You're talking about religion.
Yeah. Listen,
something completely different.
They're going to say, listen, God isn't real. And I know that, but I do know that this stuff with the trans kids is real.
Right.
So that's the difference. You know what the difference is? You know what the difference is between these two things? It's very simple, Adam. It's so simple. I'm going to blow your mind. Okay. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Okay.
Please don't. No.
Good things are good. And bad things are bad.
That is exactly what they're going to say too.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're going to say.
That's why that's such a stupid fucking
they're going to go full Matt Walsh on you. Yes. I'm ready for Sweater Boy to say that.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
I think you're absolutely wrong. So we're talking about primary school children, right? So when my kids go into school, if my son takes his inhaler at lunchtime, I think there's a reasonable expectation for me to say the school should tell me as a parent, because when he goes home, I'll check his breathing before he goes to bed or whatever. So you are genuinely saying that this guidance that does allow for some exceptions, but this guidance that says to teachers, if your child socially transitions in primary school and secondary school, but in primary school, parents should be told. You're genuinely saying that that's wrong.
I think it should be up to the child.
It should be up to the
child. We have no idea what goes on behind closed doors. Having an inhaler is completely different from something social like this. I'm sorry, just there's a.
Well, that's weird. That's so weird. He agrees that this is social and not.
I know. I caught that too.
Biological. So that's even stranger than what his position is. Okay.
That's further towards a religious argument, definitely.
Yeah.
Can I just interrupt here and say, first of all, I absolutely object to the fact.
As a child, I disagree. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being mean to her.
The idea that a child in a home where there's no social services involvement, etc., would be at harm because their parents aren't progressive enough. If the school or local authorities believe that a child would be at harm based on any social or political views that might be expressed to their parents, then social services should get involved because that child clearly is not safe in that home. If that isn't the case, then a child should absolutely not be given these mammoth decisions. A child is a child under the Children's Act 1989. A child is a child until they're 18 years of age and having been treated as when I was.
Let me just.
See, thank you. Amen. Exactly correct. Right.
Yeah, they don't have the experience to make these decisions. And then you got this idiot boy here in the sweater who doesn't have the experience to make the decision either, making the decision for the entire
world
population in his area.
And if there is some concern about, child safety, then you get child's, protection services involved. You don't do this kind of proactive take away the parents' rights to sort of have a thought or decision on this whole, it's a very serious conversation.
Are you seriously saying that if a 6-year-old child at school wants to socially transition to a different gender and says, don't tell my mum and dad, that those parents shouldn't be told? You can't do that under this guidance. That's why I support it, because it puts parents first. Are you seriously saying that a 6-year-old can make that decision?
I think that if a child is expressing a clear wish not to have their parents told, there might be a reason for that. Sometimes we don't always know best. We don't always, children sometimes
Parents
have...
don't know better than a
No, I'm not
six-year-old
saying
child.
that parents don't know. I'm saying that teachers don't necessarily know what's best for people. They don't know what happens behind closed doors, and that children are expressing that wish. There may be a reason for it. Every case should be taken on its merits, Jake. But I think there's also another point here.
Wow.
There's another point. This is not just about the danger, the potential danger of it. It's also about pragmatism. Because if a child is doing something and you doubt that child's intentions or motivations or sincerity or whatever, it's actually quite sensible to kind of call that, to do what that child wants, because there's nothing to then push back against. There's nothing to resist. And
Okay.
see what happens with that child if they still want to do that later on. It's not an irreversible decision. No one's talking about having surgery at 6. It's about pronouns.
That's so fucking dumb because look, he doesn't understand anything about human psychology.
No,
Yeah.
no, not really. No.
You're totally grooming the person into that situation. Yeah. Ugh, what an idiot.
It's annoying. This guy's name is Jake Berry. There's a guy in UK Parliament named Jake Berry who's not him. So I'm trying to find like this guy to see who he is, and I can't find it 'cause everything goes to the Parliament guy.
We were just talking about how difficult it is to get people to reverse their positions on some stupid thing that they're wrong about, that they've been arguing online about.
Right.
Talk about like changing your gender in at 6 years old. This is insane.
Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. Jake Berry is the guy who's doing the channel.
Yeah, Jake Berry's the show guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This guy's
Jonathan
name.
Liss is the guy.
Oh, he is? Okay. Journalist.
There you go.
Oh, he's a journalist. That makes sense.
Jonathan Liss.
That's why he's a dumbass.
Right. I'm curious as like what his background is.
I hope this guy is a character in Civil War. And let's
Really? Why? What do you mean by that?
I mean, look, it's an action movie. He could be brutally attacked.
Wow. He's gonna be the hero. What do you mean?
I know it's going to be horrible.
The hero of Civil War is gonna be left-wing progressive journalists who have to expose, Donald Trump's plan to be president for a third term.
What do you want to bet one of the journalists is trans?
I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna happen. So I'm
Really?
gonna bet against that. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not quite there yet. I don't think. Or they would actually. You know what? I'll take the easy bet. If we were there, that would have been in the trailer, right?
No,
They would
that's
have
too far.
definitely been
Even they know that's too far.
You think? Yeah, you think they even? Yeah, I don't know.
This is not every time they say this is irreversible, I cringe.
Mhm.
Or every time they say this is fully reversible, I cringe.
Right.
It's like saying an education is reversible. Look, we're just educating you, but it's reversible. We can make you dumb again. All that stuff we taught you, that's not true anymore.
Nope.
Anyway, did you find any good stuff on him or?
No, I mean just left-wing guy, just general left-wing guy.
Well, all I can say is thank goodness the government has brought out this new guidance, because under this guidance, I would find out what my 6-year-old child wanted to do at school. I know Jonathan disagrees with me. He's perfectly entitled to his view. That's why we love him.
Look at this guy. Oh, this guy's such a loser.
This is very much like I'm so glad you're not in charge because you're an idiot. But I'm going to say it in a slightly nicer way, but still a way that everyone knows I'm calling you an idiot to your face.
Look, I'm so
glad you're not in charge of anything important.
We need to go back to the time when we just laughed and pointed at people like this. Seriously. Like what's happened?
Right.
I mean, maybe it was Twitter. I mean, what gave these people so much cultural power? If it was Twitter and Elon Musk buying Twitter saved us from all this fucking bullshit, that's a great thing.
Well, this guy's a big following. Got 119,000 followers on Twitter. So
19,000 followers.
119.
119,000, of course, because those are all the people he's transed.
Well, he has their little, rainbow flag in his bio. So yeah. You can
Oh yeah.
take it as you will.
It's so weird. And the fact that they lean on gay and trans being exactly the same thing.
Of course.
Like, I mean, you can tell who you're attracted to. This whole idea that you born in the wrong body.
Mm-hmm.
Having you on the show, but thank goodness teachers have to tell parents. Look,
Good. Teachers have to tell. Who wants to leave it up to the teachers? Look, you decide. It's a case by case basis. Your teacher decides.
You have to let the children decide.
Teachers are not
the children.
Teachers are not licensed professionals that like licensed mental health professionals. They shouldn't be involved in this situation.
Did you see the kind of reminds me of I saw Pierce Morgan was talking to Jeremy Corbyn.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this hilarious interview. And he keeps trying to get Jeremy Corbyn to like admit that Hamas are terrorists, and he just won't say it.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
It's like
but
so
I saw
fucking wacky.
We can watch it if you want.
Wait,
Or we can
it's
wrap
pretty
up.
funny.
It's your call.
I don't know. We'll see. I'll keep. Oh, we're done with this clip. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
check
clip's
his
over,
breathing
man.
before he goes to bed. Or whatever. So
Okay, let me read.
We're done.
Let me read some supers. Captain Solo 24 for $20 says Trump has been removed from the ballot in Colorado by a state Supreme Court. That's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for
But
super
thanks for letting us
chatting
know,
in.
yeah. Let's see. Where did I stop? Mitch for $2 says Reagan reminds me of Saul Goodman. Reagan is like if Saul Goodman was actually a moral person, but still kind of like a con artist, but like with a heart of gold. That's why I like his character. He's such a good character.
Oh yeah. That's the anime guy from
Mob Psycho.
Mob Psycho.
Yeah.
Look,
yeah.
I know the characters now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Read that one.
I've only
Boss
watched
Apprentice
a
for
couple
$5 says I was gonna get you a gift for Christmas, but you two don't play enough video games. Here's $5 instead. Well, thank you, Thon. That's true. That's true.
Thank you. Yes.
Naxless for $5 says Sitch was ready to concede, but Adam took the concession as further resistance. Sitch said the poll's wording actually proved he might have been wrong. Did I say that? I don't even know if I'm confused as to what
that response says it all.
Okay. Well, listen.
Sorry, Naxless.
Listen, let me tell you guys the truth. The truth is I'm never wrong. Whatever the poll said is wrong. Whatever the argument Adam said is wrong. I'm always right. That's all that matters.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Okay. Toph for $5 says I heard a rumor that Theo Michael Davis might be coming on for discussion soon. Any credence to that is true. He was supposed to be on today, and then I said I was going to be able to do today, and then that got canceled, and then I could do today, and then he was already doing something else, so he will be rescheduled in January, right? Soon? Next? Or, I don't know. He'll be rescheduled soon, right?
Yeah. Look, I think I'm supposed to be on his channel next week. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Talking about what?
I'm not sure.
Wow, look at this.
He wanted me to come on his channel for something or other, and I told him I would promote it. So
there you go.
So I'm going to be on his channel on the 3rd. And I asked if you wanted me to invite you along, but he said
no.
No, he said he'd talk to you later. He wants to talk to me about something.
Okay.
I don't know. So
okay. He said no.
But he's going to be back on here to talk about generations theory on the 16th of January. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, cool. Fun stuff.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah. See, Mitch, our other one.
Squirrel and Oz, you've already read?
Yeah. That's why we watched the Trump speech. Mitch for $2, Aussie says it slowly got good, but what the fuck was with the alien episode? The alien episode?
What slowly got good?
Mob Psycho.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean the episode where they're like they're going to look for aliens because they're part of the alien club. It's the only episode that has like it's an alien episode I can think of. I just don't remember that episode. CT for Viking says, Adam, think of it this way: you don't have to get even with people. Truly bad people tend to destroy themselves without having you to lift a finger.
Right, but look, I don't want Sitch to destroy himself. He's my business partner, so that's not really a viable solution.
Mm-hmm. Clown Moosey Bean for 10 months says, S class needs therapy. It's a good thing A team is a frontier psychologist. A team reigns supreme. Wow, look at this. Adam's done a good job, I guess, gaslighting the chats into
Look,
supporting his
I
position.
do. I mean, look, we're joking around and stuff, but I do think that you have a bias that you're completely unaware of and don't even really. I don't know. It used to seem more open to the idea that you could be wrong or there was a bias. But lately, I feel like you've gotten a little more stubborn.
I mean, I obviously disagree. I just made a comment about the Trump poisoning lifeblood thing. And then someone said, you misinterpreted it. And I brought it up. And then I listened to it in a longer context. And I said, okay, I can understand
Right.
both directions. I mean, I still think it's a bad statement. And I don't think even with and maybe you could say, well, this is me being stubborn. Because I'm saying, even if you say that the they is the Democrats, it's still essentially pointing the finger that the immigration is the poison. So it's still like not a great statement to make, right?
Right. Well, no,
But I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty open to.
Right. I mean, you can do it in certain contexts.
Okay.
Obviously, but just because, look, you can say, look, I'm not biased in this context. That doesn't mean you're not biased in another context and completely unaware of it.
Right.
Right. Do you understand the difference there?
I do, but
Okay.
still gonna look at the stream because this is what I'm gonna guess. This would be my prediction here. I'm gonna look at the stream, and everything I said today, I said in the stream, and everything you said today, you said in the stream, and it was just so your memory is of you making a point that we were talking past each other, and that's why you think I changed my mind. That's gonna be my guess, is what's gonna happen when we go back and look at the stream.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll find out though. Where was Carmine Galante for £2 says, love the show. If the woke were clever, the world would go after female orcs. Just saying. They would go after female orcs. I don't get it. What do you mean by that? If the woke were clever, they'd go after female orcs? I don't get it. Okay. But thank you, Carmine. Daniel Sink for 7 months says, was the initial disagreement kayfabe or is Adam really 200 IQ? I'm not sure. I don't know. Adam is definitely in the 200 IQ range. So there you go.
Is that even a thing? I mean, what was Albert Einstein's IQ?
I thought it was like supposed to be a 180 or something.
Right.
Right.
Look, thank you for the compliment.
There you go. Boop. Female orcs, female elves. Okay. Ginger Miss Prime for 3 Aussie bucks says, oh, I read that one. That was about Jeff sounding like no bullshit. Naxless for $5 says, I figured out an alternative to Christianity to teach forgiveness. Game theory. Game theory tells us why forgiveness works mathematically and how people behave. You know, like, that's true, but that's not going to be emotionally persuasive to people's elephants.
Well, and people learn from narratives, storytelling narratives.
Right. So, like, that's why I was saying, I think there are definitely ways to prove forgiveness is the way to go forward. But I think without having that emotional, God connection, that spiritual connection to it, it might never become a sticky idea. Like once it becomes embedded in a culture, anything can be justified because it's just embedded in a culture. But to get it embedded in the culture, I do agree that you do need religion or something of that effect to get it in there in the first place.
Well, I mean, if you had some sort of like a lot of there's no religious component to Christmas any longer. But all of our Christmas movies, all of our Christmas stories are about generosity It's like, it's another meme that we need to implant into the culture.
Mhm.
Generosity, right? We all know
Right.
Scrooge
Sure.
is the bad guy, right?
Sure.
The stingy person who doesn't know any generosity is evil.
Yeah.
And that person should be beat up and
Sure.
die alone and unhappy.
Right.
So I do think you could potentially do it without religion, like Christmas does. But I just look, forgiveness might be a harder meme to sell than
I like that you said you could do it
generosity.
without religion, like Christmas does.
Well, there is a religious component, but obviously,
I know
a
what you
lot of
mean.
people
It's
think of it
cultural
secularly,
aspect.
right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well,
That's-
what is? Look, you know more about Judaism than me,
Mhm.
since you were raised in the culture. What is
Right.
the meme of Hanukkah? What is the pro-social thing that Hanukkah teaches you?
Hanukkah is a very unimportant holiday that's only become important to counteract Christmas. So that'd be the wrong question. There is a meme, and I've talked about this in Judaism, that says, if you ask for forgiveness 3 times or something, if they don't, like, after that, it's then on the other person's shoulders for not accepting your apology, essentially, for not giving the forgiveness on the 3rd time.
So Hanukkah is about forgiveness? You're
No,
kidding me.
This is not has nothing to do with Hanukkah.
Okay.
Okay. Hanukkah is a kind of a silly holiday about what is the theme of Hanukkah? I don't even know. Is it like fighting off fucking the Romans or whoever the fuck? I don't even know who it was that was destroying the temple. You don't know the story of Hanukkah at all?
No. Look, I
These-
was raised Christian. I know Christmas is about a fat guy giving gifts to people who
Oh, okay.
deserve them, who are
Yeah, so
good, who are nice.
The story of
People who are naughty
Hanukkah.
don't get gifts.
Okay. The story of Hanukkah is about the Maccabees. I don't know if you know anything about the Maccabees, like getting too much into it. It's about the Maccabee revolt. I don't remember if it was against the Romans or someone. It was against some fucking group of people. And they were attacking the Jewish temple or something. And there was some kind of light that had to remain lit like indefinite, like forever, essentially, for some religious reason. And they couldn't get the lamp oil or whatever oil they were using to keep the light going because of, I guess, the military conflict. But through like the miracle of God, the lights, maintained its light for 8 days on one day's worth of oil. And so that's fucking what Hanukkah's about. Okay.
So
not
it's
very
like
exciting.
God made the oil last longer. So
Yes,
it's like
yes.
in times of need, God will be there for you.
I guess that would be possibly a way of looking at it. Yes, right.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go.
Not sure that's super helpful for society, but
Well, it's reestablishing your faith, I guess, in God, right?
so faith in God is the virtue that you're trying to put
Sure.
forward.
Right.
Okay.
I guess that would be the idea of Judaism. Also, I think there's supposed to be some idea about like not giving up. You keep fighting, don't give in, don't give up, even when things seem hopeless. You could kind of extract that from the story.
So optimism.
So yeah, optimism. So there's like this interesting things in there.
So I'm thinking of three. Well, actually, not. I'm thinking of 3 virtues, like
Right.
in a virtue ethicist type way. Which I mean, I wouldn't call myself a virtue ethicist, but whenever I hear people talking about virtue ethics or read about virtue ethics, I think, I agree with this, right?
Right.
It's this idea that you want to foster certain ethics in individuals because ethics are more versatile than trying to come up with some rule for every kind of situation. So, like forgiveness would be an ethic, generosity would be an ethic, gratitude would be an ethic, right?
Right.
Well, we have Christianity, which I've made the argument and will continue to make the argument that forgiveness is the ethic that Christianity promotes. Generosity promoted by Christmas. We celebrate Christmas once a year. It seems like Christmas is all about generosity, right?
Mhm.
Thanksgiving, gratitude, right?
Right.
We're supposed to think what we're thankful for. All the America bad people are forced to come out and say, well, at least I'm okay with this, right? So I think these virtues have to be installed into society some way or other. Holidays are a good way to do it.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't know how you would get those in there without some sort of narrative thing. And I
Yeah,
don't
no,
think
I agree.
some class in game theory is going to do it.
So
Yeah.
someone says, as a fellow tribe member, the oil lasting 8 days was literally made up for kids. Hanukkah is really about the civil war between traditional Jews and Hellenistic Jews. Really, that's interesting. I've never heard that at all. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that, but that's pretty fascinating if that's the case.
I did make a
Um,
note about what I forgot earlier.
what was that?
Well, we talk about the elephant and rider thing a lot, and people in the comments, they always ask, what the hell are you guys talking about? And I wish there was a way that we could talk about it that was clear without
Mhm.
just citing the elephant and the rider, which nobody knows about. Like,
Well, I think most of our audience knows about the riders, so that when new people come in, they don't know about what we're talking about.
yeah, well, it
Right.
would be easier if someone who was listening to the stream for the first time heard a term that was synonymous with the elephant and rider, but just was clear what it meant, right?
Mhm.
Like, that's your emotional mind or your something like that, something to that effect. I'm going
You're
to make an effort to
okay.
stop using that metaphor because other people are just confused by it. But I
Um,
mean, I was interested in your input. What could be said that
I don't know
wasn't
what thing about it. I mean,
such a deep lore
I don't know.
thing?
I kind of like the. I don't want to get rid of the metaphor. I mean, the
Yeah,
question
look,
is it
I'm
better
not, you don't,
to,
you can use it all you want. I'm just
right,
thinking, look, I want to be more clear in my speech. So,
right. Is it better to say something that people will have to kind of learn about, whether someone else in chat explains it to them or look it up, or is it better just to just say like the clear, like the what the term means, in another way. They don't have to look it up, but
yeah,
like a
no,
symbol representing it.
look, I'm sure streams have all sorts of inside memes that go into them.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. This is some article from Haaretz. We may not like to think of our joyous Hanukkah festival in such dismal terms, but the revolt of the Maccabees was not against the Greeks, okay, it was Greeks, not the Romans, as Hanukkah children's songs describe, but against our own rogue brothers. It was a civil war. For at least the first year of the revolt, the fighting hardly targeted the Seleucid soldiers. The majority of fighting took place between the Maccabees and the Hasmoneans, and their troops were called the Mityavinin, Jews who espoused the Hellenistic culture or converted into the pagan Greek belief system. Interesting. Only much later, after the Mityavin were defeated, did the Seleucid armies join them in attempt to crush the Maccabees. Fascinating. Well, I mean, I guess it's still metaphorically true, right? It was basically Jews fighting against a Greek influence, trying to make them not Jewish, whether it was fellow Jews or the Greeks themselves. So there you go. A lot of it's kind of funny. So like so much of the Old Testament is just like war and shit.
Oh yeah, it's mostly
Just
that.
mostly war, Jews are always
I dare you to try to
getting the
read
fights.
numbers and just keep your eyes open for more than 15 minutes.
Was Numbers just where they go through all the different laws,
Oh my God. Torture.
right? Is that what
Yeah.
Numbers is?
I think numbers is like just where they're like listing out numbers of things,
Oh, okay.
like numbers
Really
of resources and shit.
interesting.
Maybe I'm thinking of
Um,
the wrong chapter.
I don't know. It's
There
it's
are a
it's it's
few
it's
chapters
very
like that.
easy to. Here's the thing. This is part of why Christianity, I think, is more popular. It's very easy to like pull out the New Testament, sit down and read it, and just be done with it. Reading the Old Testament, aka the Torah, is like a chore. Okay. Like, oh God, here we go, So, and I'm sure part of that's because it was written 2,000, or 3,000 years later, so it's a little bit more modern. So, Also the subject matter, just far more narrative structure that we're accustomed to. But anyway, that's interesting about Hanukkah.
So, but you've celebrated this holiday a bunch of times and you don't really.
No, I was told what I said. It was that, the Maccabees were fighting against the Greeks, who the Maccabees won or whatever, and they were only had enough oil for one night, and they had to keep this light going. And then through God's miracle, the light lasted 8 days or 8 nights, I should say. And that's why there's the 8 nights of Hanukkah. It's just the miraculous oil that just, God's will kept going.
What did you need the light for?
I don't know.
You were working on some term paper or something?
No,
You were
it
like,
was a light of religious significance. It's supposed to be like always lit in the temple, to represent God.
oh, okay. So I gotcha.
Yeah.
Like your duty to God was to keep this lamp burning for a long period of time. Otherwise, God would get big mad and come
Well,
and
no, it was supposed to
smite
be
you.
like the light represents God. So like God is eternal, the light is eternal.
Okay.
There's a lot of imagery, in the Torah about God being light. So light very often represents God. Candles being lit represents God. So there's a light that represents the eternity of God. It is supposed to be forever lit. And so therefore, this would be a validation of, I guess, the Jewish God existence is the fact that even though physically the light should have gone out, the light that represents God did not go out for 8 days. It remained,
Yeah, I don't really. It's hard to relate that to some kind of virtue that the population.
That's why I said Hanukkah is like a minor holiday. It only became a big holiday to um to compete with Christmas. Like I don't even know when the gift giving part of Hanukkah even came into fruition because that was probably like a new thing. So
Yeah.
I'm not a closet theist. I'm an open theist. Whenever I'm asked, I always say yes, I'm a theist. Not necessarily like the Jewish version of things, but uh Orion for 19 months says, hearing them argue, I have to agree with S-Class. Sorry, Adam, you aren't addressing Sitch's specific argument. There you go.
Who's that?
That was Orion. Thank you for the 19 months, Orion.
Okay.
Blaine's Escape Quarter for $5 says, if Sitch thinks he isn't wrong because Adam misunderstood him, then Sitch is wrong because communication is about speaking so he can be understood.
True.
There you go. Thank you, Blaine.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's different. Western cultures definitely put the emphasis on the speaker. Eastern cultures put the emphasis on the listener.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I've never thought about that.
So, but since this is a Western culture, it's technically your fault.
Right, okay.
But I do think the Eastern cultures, I mean, if that the Eastern culture is assuming that the speaker is saying something that's comprehensible, which, I mean, I've heard a lot of people talk via YouTube and say just a bunch of fucking nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Dwight Baldwin for $5 says, breaking news, court rules Trump to be taken off the Colorado ballot. Well, there you go. Thank you.
Thanks.
Landscape Corner for $92 says, disagree and commit is how they shove dumb ideas. Oh, interesting. So Blaine doesn't like the disagree and commit concept that Jeff Bezos was talking about.
Well, what would a dumb idea be? I don't know.
Well, it'd be dependent on whatever the situation is.
I'm sure disagree.
Renaming Twitter X, right? If you work for Elon Musk, you're like, I guess I disagree, but I commit to this.
Right. Well, I'm sure somebody had to disagree.
I'm sure. The people that were erecting that big X, remember the big X lights that like everyone hated?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you didn't live there, you liked it. If you lived there, you hated it. Trying for 7 months says, quote, dictator Trump won't happen. Let's brighten up the mood. Look at Donald Trump mewing too and tell me that meme alone wouldn't win Trump 2024. I haven't seen that meme.
The problem is, it's a lot of us get in these social situations where it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think if Trump is elected, there's going to be a lot of fucking chaos.
This meme is horrific. I don't know why you want me to look at this, Trine.
What is it?
It's like they shift Donald Trump's facial structure, so it kind of has like a more conventionally like like handsome Squidward looking face with big lips, and it just looks creepy. And they use kind of like AI to like project it on Donald Trump's face, and it's just creepy looking. So, but thanks. I don't like it. TL1524 for $10 says Trump was made ineligible for presidency in Colorado. Thank you. Oh wow, everyone's talking about it. Dello Trek for $5 says breaking news: Colorado Supreme Court is removing Trump on the ballot. Stug for $5 says you have about 40% of Republicans. Oh, I read that one. You have about 40% of Republicans who don't want Trump to be president a second time in polls. I think we can assume most don't want permanent Trump. I do agree with that. Say Dre for 5 SGD says, is there any proof religious people are more forgiving than non-religious people? Is America really less forgiving than Scandinavian? So that's an interesting question. And we sort of briefly touched on this on Sunday because I asked this question, or someone asked this question. And that's when we looked up who is more against the death penalty. And that was kind of the stand-in for that, even though it's not exactly the same. And it was the atheists were far more against the death penalty than religious people were. Do you think that that's a good stand-in for forgiveness or not?
I wasn't really paying attention.
Okay. Someone asked, what were you doing instead?
I was trying to imagine what Orion was talking about, what I wasn't addressing. Hearing them argue, I have to agree with S-Class. Sorry, Adam, you aren't addressing Sitch's specific argument. I was trying to think, what is your specific argument that I'm not addressing?
Well, I said it like a dozen times, but you said I was saying this. You said I was moving the goalpost.
Yeah, which was me addressing your argument.
Yeah, but Orion is saying that he doesn't think I was moving the goalpost.
Well, what is your argument then?
I said it already.
That I'm not addressing.
I said it already.
But isn't me saying that you're moving the goalpost addressing your argument? I feel like it is.
I mean, I guess you could say that. You could say, yeah. Well, it's you addressing why you don't have to address my argument.
So what is your argument outside of you moving the goalpost?
Well, I don't believe I moved the goalpost. So it's my argument is the argument I said about we were having an argument about what is the primary belief of this thing. And if you ask people if they thought this was a primary belief of Christianity, or forgiveness was a primary belief of Christianity or not, or the central tenet of Christianity or not whether it is an essential part of Christianity, which is a different question. But so the question the person said was, is there any polling or any data that shows that religious people are more likely to forgive than non-religious people?
It's irrelevant.
Well, no,
it's irrelevant to the argument that I'm making. I'm making the argument that Christianity puts the meme of forgiveness into the culture. Whether or not people live by that meme is a completely different argument.
Well, no, but wouldn't it be so? Like, if atheists were far more forgiving than non-atheists, that would be counter evidence, would it not?
If atheists were far more forgiving,
on average, right?
What would that mean?
Well, that would be weird because you say, well, why is it the people that don't believe in God are more forgiving than the people that do?
It's completely irrelevant to whether or not Christianity puts the meme of forgiveness into the culture. I'm an atheist.
Right. I agree with you, but it would be relevant to the second argument, which is that would people practice forgiveness without religion? Like, is religion necessary for people to practice forgiveness? It'd be relevant to that argument. Because you say, well, it doesn't have to be because a bunch of atheists are the most forgiving people. If that was
Look,
the case. I don't know if
yeah,
it's the
look,
case.
if you
Theoretically.
believe that forgiveness just magically appears in people, okay, that's fine. I guess this would be evidence that it does just magically appear in people, right? If these people are atheists, but you'd have to look at them and you'd say, look, I'm an atheist right now, but I was raised Christian. Have they always been atheists? I guess if
I don't
you
know the answer.
if you set aside people who were atheists, raised
Mhm.
with no religion, and these people were super forgiving, I think that might be some evidence that forgiveness
Well,
arises naturally in people.
I don't know if it's what I say is it'd be very complicated to disentangle because what I would say is like, obviously, even if you're atheist in America, you're in a society that has been influenced by, quote, Judean Christian values. Those values could include forgiveness. I would imagine, I could be wrong, but I would imagine that more forgiving people would generally tend to lean on the left, at least they would have before all the woke stuff. Um, and since atheist people tend to lean more on the left, you would expect that to be a more group that's generally more forgiving if those two stats lined up. Also, the fact that maybe atheists feel like, well, if they're more um, agnostic as opposed to being strict anti-theists, then maybe that would lead people to be more forgiving because they're kind of operating from a stance of like I acknowledge that I can't necessarily know things, and if you kind of coming from a stance of acknowledging they can't really know things, it's kind of more understandable for you to logically think that other people are making similar mistakes because they can't necessarily know things the way you can't really know things. So so I could definitely perceive of like a scenario where you can construct where people that don't believe in God would be more forgiving on average than people that do. Um, but it's an interesting question. I found a paper that's called an analysis of the relationship between religion and forgiveness. So I don't know, maybe I'll send it to you, Adam, if you're interested in reading it. But
Who's the author?
I don't know, this someone I've never heard of. It's a long paper, so I mean, it
Okay.
looks kind of interesting.
If you got any papers on critical race theory you want to send to me too, I'll read those while you.
Okay.
I just look, some random author, obviously some random activist could have an axe to grind.
They could
This was
this paper
this
could
was
be in your favor. I don't know.
well
I
this
just glanced at it.
this
It
was
looks
my
like it looks like from my glance that it's arguing like in your favor, but
yeah, but same thing applies. It could be some Christian activist that wants to
right.
make you believe that Christianity should be in every single school district in America because it promotes forgiveness.
Right.
This was why I had the disagreement with you over the fucking Joseph Henry. Normally, I like to look at somebody who I accept their work, like Jonathan Haidt or Joseph Henrik, and then I look into reading their papers. But when you just read random activist papers, I mean, you can dig in on them and find out if they're accurate or not. But I feel like 9 times out of 10, you do dig in and you find out that they're activists.
Mm-hmm.
They're p hacking and whatnot. Do you disagree with that strategy?
No, that definitely happens. I'm just saying you shouldn't make the judgment about this paper. The paper could very well support your points. I don't know why.
Yeah, but look, I'm not interested.
Okay, the paper could be a legit history going through proving your point. I thought it was something you might be interested in reading, but I guess not.
I'm not living and dying by the point.
Okay. And an unrelated topic, I'll just tell this to anyone. Here's a pro tip, okay? If you want to like come talk to us about something, leading with insults is generally not the best way to do it. Even if you think you're being funny or kitschy, like I don't know you, like you might know me because you listen to me, but I don't know you. You're a stranger, right? So, you should keep that in mind when you're trying to like bring a point to me or Adam or get us to talk to you or something, right? Because I don't know who you are. You're a stranger, right? So you should probably not lead with insults. Just a pro tip for how to interact socially with people. So
was somebody insulting you or me?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Sort of. They were not being like serious about it, but it still like rubs me the wrong way. So So just letting you know, if you want to try to convince me or Adam of something, you shouldn't lead with an insult, even if you think you're being funny. Um,
Well, look. I mean, I do read papers, but obviously, like, I don't have a background in statistics, so I can't really dive into the statistical analysis in the paper. So when I look at a paper from an author that I'm unfamiliar with, like, I have a certain amount of faith in Joseph Henrich. I have a certain amount of faith in Jonathan Haidt. I have a certain amount of faith in the guys that have written, like Bruce Bueno de Mesquita, the guy who wrote the Dictator's Handbook, like the guys who wrote Why Nations Fail, right? Often I come in contact with their papers. Jonathan Haidt recommends certain people who also do research. So I feel like he's vouching for, they're not just some activists that are trying to prove a point. When I run across papers that are just, because this is basically what Vosh does, right? Vosh just searches for any paper he can find that is going to prove his argument. So while the paper that you're suggesting may be totally correct, I don't feel like I have the knowledge to know that for a fact, because I can't dig into the statistical data that they do. Aiden Paladin might be able to do that, but
sure.
So that's why I do pay close attention to who the author of the paper is.
Okay.
Does that seem like a...
Sure.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to waste my time with a paper that I don't really, yeah. If it's a paper that everyone talks about, like the Stanford, it's a Princeton study, where it's like one study that is, everybody uses to prove a point.
The rich people.
You're sort of forced to look at that paper.
Sure.
You're like, okay, well, I got to figure this paper out. So I don't mean to, I just...
Well, no, I just found it because it's an interesting question that someone asked, which is, is there research that kind of compares how atheists versus religious people forgive, which isn't quite what that paper I found did, but, because I would be surprised if there really was research on that answer. But it would be an interesting question. I
would be surprised if there was unbiased research on that question, because it seems like that's the perfect question. It's like, I mean, I assume 90% of the research done on systemic racism is probably bunk, right?
Right.
Do you agree with that? Do you think that's...
I do agree with that, yeah.
Yeah. Activists make terrible researchers.
I agree. Mr. Tickle Trunk for 17 months. Thank you so much. Says, I always ask, quote, why do we have the age of consent? When someone wants to leave the trans decisions to kids, they stutter and never answer the question. Yeah, I see. I assume when I was doing my thing about letting the kids decide, you assumed I was going that direction, but I wasn't.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was like, please don't. No.
Yeah, right. Okay. So that's definitely a direction you could take the conversation. Stuck for $5 says the people who think every aspect of your identity is socially conditioned also think that social transition will ultimately lead you to surgery. Yeah, it's a very contradictory and bizarre, not consistent idea. So, Fondue for $5 says the hero of the Civil War movie will be a woke left-wing British journalist. True, probably.
Probably trans as well, but
probably trans. Brian for $5 says awesome stream, guys. You made me laugh, and now I feel better. A-Team reigns supreme. There you go.
Sweet.
Al for $5 says Stitch. Oh, never a good sign when you start with Stitch.
Oh, that's bad.
Trump in October said that undocumented immigrants were poisoning the blood of the country. Please Google it. P.S. You guys are great. Really? Interesting. Let's check that out. Let's see. Poisoning the blood of the country. Trump. Let's do a limit the date to custom range. Let's do it to October. That is the superpower. That's the only way to actually actively look for things on Google nowadays. 2023.
I'll be right back.
Get out of here. October 7th, October 6th, Trump migrants poisoning the blood of our country. So wait, he said this before? Wait a minute. How often has he said this? Um, Wait, no, this is the same clip. Wait, why did I'm so confused. Why are people talking about this now if this is from October? What? Nobody has any idea where the people are coming from, and we know they come from prisons. Wait a minute. I'm super fucking confused here. Or did he just say it the same way? Like in exactly the same way? And I'm very confused. Uh, Veteran journalist Geraldo Rivera condemned Donald Trump's latest comments about immigration. He said, nobody has ever seen anything like what we're witnessing right now. It's a very sad thing for our country. It's poisoning the blood of our country. It's so bad that people are coming in with disease. People are coming in with every possible thing that you could have. Oh, okay. So it was a different statement. Um, hmm. I mean, that definitely puts things in the realm of he was definitely talking about the immigrants being the one to poison the blood of the country because he said that before. So, not a great statement. Not good that he said this multiple times. It is definitely triggering a lot of people's more xenophobic intuitions. So,
Who's a xenophobe?
uh, Trump,
Oh yeah.
because he did say poison the blood of the country, and he did mean it in terms of immigrants, like in October. So not great. Not
Yeah.
great.
Things are going horrible.
Al for $10. Thank you. Says, I wonder if Trump realizes that he married to a Catholic Eastern European who a century ago might have been accused of poisoning the blood of white Anglo-Saxon Protestant America. Well, that's the ultimate irony. That's a good point. You know, whenever the white nationalists, it's so weird, whenever the white nationalists talk about their favorite immigration reform act in like the 20s or whenever the hell, the thing is that they always point to that was so restrictive and had the racial, or I shouldn't be racial, the ethnic country-based national quota system. They always leave out that that immigrant quota system that America had and that implemented in the early 1900s was literally designed to keep white people out, white people and Chinese people out, but specifically white people and Chinese people out of the country. It was a quota because they didn't want, certain flavors of Eastern European white people. And there was no immigration restriction whatsoever on people coming from Central and South America at all. So it's kind of funny. Fondue for $5 says 3 minutes behind, but before I heard the elephant metaphor, I would refer to my elephant as Mr. Hyde. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Blank
This
escape
might
corner.
be the this might be
Yeah.
the last stream of the year. I was just realizing that.
Um, what is the date? Well, we're not streaming next Sunday, right? Yeah, we're not streaming next
Yeah.
Sunday.
Next Sunday is Christmas Eve. We're not streaming
Oh, next
on.
Sunday is New Year's Eve. Holy shit.
Yeah. Unless you plan on streaming on New Year's Eve. That might get us in trouble. So
What the hell? What the
this
hell,
is
Dan
it.
Guy? Christmas and New Year's Eve both on Sundays? Can we not? Well, we can stream next Tuesday if you want. It's up to
Next
you.
Tuesday, I can't stream.
Okay. Well, then I guess this is the last stream of the year, everybody. Happy New Year.
But I will be streaming with, I believe, Stephen Michael Davis on the 27th. No,
Well,
I'm
we
streaming after the first of the year. I'm streaming on the 3rd.
well, even if we can't stream, I'm going to be out of town this week, but next week we can make videos, can't we, during the week?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll still be here. We'll still be around.
There we go.
Tuesday's Boxing Day. Get out of here with your fake Canadian holidays. Blank Escape Quarter for $2 says, I ran an Amazon delivery company. Lots if dumb from execs. I mean, I'm not surprised, but yes. Jama Lama, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Sam Wallace, art for $5 says, Christians almost never forgive, but say forgiveness is divine, while atheists say, fuck them, burn that bridge, but almost never fall through on it. There you go. And CT for 2K says, "Can I insult you? I probably won't mean it." Yes, CT, you can always insult me.
Of course.
You know.
Look, you have lots of insults built up because we've made so much fun of you being Canadian that I feel
That's
like you
true.
have at least,
Turnabout's fair play, right?
yeah, an infinite amount of insults. We have an infinite amount of insults coming.
Asif Artsy for $5 says, "Hi, Sitch and Adam. Did you see my tweet? What do you think of my impression that Fareed Zakari doesn't reject wokeness? He just wants wokeness with official free speech." I didn't see your tweet. If I did,
I missed it.
I missed it, yeah. Where
Well,
is
since
it?
this is our last stream of the year, I feel obligated to bring up some MMT videos and turn this into a 24-hour stream.
Oh, God.
Can
Please
you
don't.
imagine? Come on, we have to go out with a bang.
That's going out with a whimper, okay?
Well, I mean, I like MMT.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that it got like 40% in the poll.
Maybe we have like what's it called? Oh my God, I'm blanking here. What's Patty Hearst syndrome? Yeah,
Oh,
when you
yeah.
like kidnap someone and they like start to like it.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. Thank you. Yeah. Maybe people in
Patty
chat have
Hearst
Stockholm
syndrome.
syndrome from MMT conversation. So
Oh,
I sent
yeah.
you Asif Artsy's art. You can bring it up.
Oh, okay.
But I don't read. Listen back to the clip. His trouble isn't student support of Hamas. He wants to get rid of DI so universities can have a competent presidents who tell Congress that free speech is based. He wants free speech to chant globalized intifada. A bit of mind reading, but I think Fareed is willing to risk right-wing bigots saying all lives matter, build a wall on campus because he feels the woke grip on universities is firm enough, so social pressure would censor the unwanted bigotry without official policy. I mean, okay. I don't know enough about Fareed's other positions to weigh in on that one way or the other. But I mean, I'm glad that he's talking about how wokeness and DI sucks. So I'll take it. If he wants it because he wants people to be able to shout, listen, if there was actual free speech on college campuses, so if this woke shit didn't exist, I wouldn't care if people said from the river to the sea. I mean, I wouldn't like it, but I'd be like, well, it's free speech, right? It's only because it's hypocritical is like where I'm like, well, this is sort of a problem. So, if we had free speech on college campuses and people would say from the river to the sea or intifada or whatever, I'd be more like, well, it's free speech. You just deal with it. So,
yeah, it's that the rules are different for different people.
yeah.
That's the problem.
The hypocrisy and the difference of rules to me is my problem with it. So.
Did you watch Barry Weiss's video on this stuff? It was amazing.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Asif Artsy did this. The first one was about the statue saying, "I just have a goat face. What have I got to do with Satan?" Look at that. Poor little goat face guy.
Right. This was the beheaded goat sculpture.
Yes.
Sad.
I know. Poor goat.
And then this is the yin and yang.
The Sitch and Adam yin and yang. This Adam, you are
That's not Freddie Mercury?
It's not Freddie Mercury. He says, "Adam, you are a more obvious symbol of forgiveness than any religious symbol. Maybe you can design a yin yang emoji for the show where you stand for forgiveness and Sitch stands for judgment." There you go.
Judgment. Justice.
Why do I gotta be in the black circle? That's racist. It's because I'm a person of shadow.
Justice.
Judgment.
Judgment.
But I'll stand for justice. Listen, that's pretty based.
I like justice. Lady Justice.
Justice. Zokai for $2 says, "Real people know the meaning Hanukkah from watching the episode from Rugrats." True. The Maccababies, baby.
What was the meaning?
It's the Maccababies are gonna beat up Angelica. Dr. Diller for $2 says, "If you're feeling down this holiday season, just remember people celebrate Kwanzaa, the copious of cope holidays. It's a bad attempt to one up Christmas and Hanukkah while pairing the people who don't care about it." True.
What is the virtue of Kwanzaa? I don't even know.
That's a good question. Why don't you look it up? I don't even know what the Kwanzaa story is. There a Kwanzaa story?
I don't know. all holidays should be designed to make people better.
American
Yes.
black separatist Malin Karenga created Kwanzaa in 1966 during the aftermath of the Watts riots as a non-Christian, specifically African-American holiday. He said the goal was to, quote, give black people an alternative to the existing holiday of Christmas and give black people an opportunity to celebrate themselves and their history rather than imitate the practice of the dominant society. Wow, sounds like a fucking Marxist. So there you go. He
So
says you
it's
must have a
antisocial.
yeah. He says you must have a cultural revolution before the violent revolution. The cultural revolution gives identity, purpose, and direction.
You
All right.
So he's saying the cultural revolution doesn't subvert the violent revolution. You still get that, right?
Yeah.
The
We just
cultural
need it
revolution
first
just comes first.
to direct the violence properly. Right.
What a weirdo.
So the message of Kwanzaa is fuck white people, I guess.
Ouch.
And fuck America. We need to have
Ouch.
and fuck Christianity. We need to have some separate thing based on something I just made up, I guess, based on Swahili for some reason. So there you go. Okay. Dill's Christmas Elephant for Jar says, since Christmas is about generosity, here's my Christmas gift for Adam. A-Team reigns supreme. Sing it for him, Sitch. Show spouse some love. S-Class is best class. Adam. A-Team puts his crusty socks above the fireplace. Gross. Is that true?
Nope, never do it.
Okay.
No stockings in this house.
Okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, fun fact. Thanks to tidal forces from the moon, Sammy G gets 1/10 of an inch shorter every year. By 2035, she'll be legally classified as a teacup breed.
Wow.
Hey, look, Dr. Diller, shots fired at Sammy G. Ouch.
What's a teacup breed?
You know, like the teacup dogs?
Oh, wow.
You know,
I
like
didn't
that
know.
means like they're really extra small.
That's
So,
cool.
right. Bum, bum, bum. Adam Unfriended for $20 says, I DM both of you on Twitter the Jubilee video where commies and capitalists debate. I cringed to the video. I'm sure Adam would like to react to insert his MMT expertise.
That video really triggered me because
Yeah.
just,
We might cover that whenever we come back on the next
bad
Sunday that
faith
we
all
stream.
around.
Right.
Such bad faith.
Yeah, it's a really bad video. So thank you for sending us. I did watch it. Adam Unfriended. Thank you for sending it to me. It was definitely a very triggering and awful video. So
I didn't get very far into it. Did you
okay.
finish it?
I didn't finish it either. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'm not gonna scream with Hayden. CT for 2 Canadian says, okay, I don't actually want to. I just want a permission. Well, there you go.
You get permission.
Dave Puff for 16 months says, well, it's been a year. Thanks for the great commentary, fellows. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and everyone in chat. Here's to 2024. Well, there you go. Thank you. Thanks, everyone in chat.
Yeah. You guys have made it great.
Equishadox for $20 says, thanks for helping make 2023 better. Session Adam, seriously, your streams have been a constant source of groundness and sanity for me in a time of disruptive change. Hope to keep up with y'all in 2024. Well, thank you, Equishadox.
2024 is going to be
huge.
Amazing.
It's gonna be huge. Listen, 2024 is gonna be a time of interesting change, right? One way or the other.
Yeah.
So
November 5th. It's going to be particularly interesting.
Yes. Oh man.
I'm sure we'll probably be streaming on November 5th.
The whole lead up, it's gonna be just like wild. Okay.
It's going to be
have trials next year, Adam. We're going to have Trump trials, baby.
We're going to have Trump trials. We're going to have, Biden could fall down and die any minute. A lot of things could happen. I think my read is, I really think somebody inside the Biden administration has tried to cut a deal with Biden. And Biden may say he agrees to this, but really doesn't agree to it. We'll see what happens. But or maybe he believes this won't play out like I'm speculating here. But I think The plan is for Biden to nab the nomination without any of these ankle biters coming after him. And then he's made an agreement with people in the Democratic Party that if his poll numbers slip into double digits against Trump, that he will step down and give the nomination to Newsom, Gavin Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
Gavin Newsom. I think that's what's going to happen. What do you think, Sitch?
I used to think that there was a plan by the Biden team to switch out with Gavin Newsom. That used to be my operating thought process.
Okay. What changed?
I don't remember the exact moment, but there was a moment where something happened, and I'm like, oh, these people are just fucking stupid.
Well, look, I agree that they're
said,
stupid.
oh, okay. They're just stupid, and they're just ego. And I could very clearly see a scenario where everyone in Biden's team wants him to drop out or switch him with Gavin, and he just doesn't want to because of his own ego or whatever. And everyone just goes along with it because no one has the will or the balls in the Democratic Party to stand up and say, fuck you, you're dropping out, right?
If he look,
And I
if
can
he's
very clearly seeing that happen, and I think that's what is going to happen, that no one is going to say that. So I actually have changed my mind. I do not think there'll be any 11 o'clock hour Gavin Newsom swap. I think Biden is just legitimately trying to run for it, and we'll see where that goes.
if Biden is down, if there's a substantial number of polls that show him losing to Trump by 10 points, you don't think there'll be a massive amount of pressure for him to step down?
There will be, and I don't think he will.
Okay.
I think he will. So I feel like, because my thought is like, if he was going to do it, why would he not? He would have done it already. What is the point of dragging this out till the last minute?
Well, because there will be a bunch of people entering there are already a bunch of people in the primary. So Gavin Newsom will be forced to fight against people on his left, which will make him less able to win in the general election.
Right. But
it's actually a smart plan for Biden to nab the nomination and then give it to whoever he wants.
First of all, I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if Biden can win a nomination and then just give it to someone. I don't think there's a process for that in the Democratic Party.
They're not going to. Okay.
No,
I don't know the process either.
This would be the process. I'll tell you.
They can't have a whole nother primary.
I understand. I'll tell you. The process would be, if you remember, the Democrats have the super delegates.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
The exact same thing. The super delegates are going to decide.
So you could have a situation where Biden is in it in the primary, but then right before the actual vote, the superdelegates cast a vote, Biden drops out, and then all the superdelegates could just vote for whoever, and it could be Gavin Newsom, right?
No,
that would be the mechanism in which this could possibly come to fruition. But my thought process is, and while it's true what you're saying is, that would allow Newsom to circumvent opponents from the left. I feel like that maneuver would be too controversial and be so obnoxious to people. Now, maybe they could get over it because they hate Trump so much, but it still would cause unnecessary conflict in the Democratic Party that I don't know why they would risk it, as opposed to just having a normal primary where people on the left just fucking run and they just let them run and everyone, votes for who the fuck they want to vote for.
Well, once we're past the nominating process and Biden is the nominee and we're in the general election against Trump, I don't know what the process is if Biden drops dead, but it's not going to be. Is it? It automatically goes to his vice presidential pick?
Probably.
Well, if he steps down, does it automatically go to his presidential vice president, or can he pick someone?
Well, I don't know. Let's look it up, see if there's an answer to this question. What happens if a presidential candidate cannot take office due to death or incapacitation before January 25th? Let's just wait. That's when they've actually won. Presidential death during the electoral process.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to
What
find.
happens to a U.S. president candidate if they die after a respective political party grants them the nomination and before they
That's
are
closer.
elected?
Yeah, right there.
Are there bylaws set up for each individual party? Answer. No presidential candidate for a major party has ever died or withdrawn before a presidential election. So it's never happened before. And no
Right.
presidential elect has ever died or withdrawn after winning the general election, but before taking office. However, one vice presidential candidate died after he was nominated, but before the general election, and another dropped off his party's ticket. Procedure for finding replacements for candidate vacancies are guided by federal and state laws and party regulations. They are not exactly a patchwork, but they've evolved in response to practical problems that have arisen during the presidential elections. In this respect, the procedures for filling vacancies in the party's nominated tickets are like those that have evolved for secession of the presidency when the person holding office vacates it for one reason or another. When William Henry Harrison contracted pneumonia after giving a 3-hour-long speech in the snow at his 1841 inauguration and died barely a month later, he was succeeded in office by John Tyler. It was not until confronting the issues raised in the transition of power from Harrison to Tyler that Congress thought through the rules for secession of the president when the office vacated during a midterm. Okay. So the answer is we don't know because it's never happened yet.
I asked ChatGPT and it's saying that it says if a presidential candidate drops out of the election before election day, the process and its consequences can vary depending on the timing and the specific circumstances. Here are some general aspects to consider. Party replacement. If the candidate who drops out is from a major political party, the party may have provisions to place in place to select a replacement. The replacement could be chosen through a party convention, the party's leadership, or another established process. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like
the private party can do whatever they want, theoretically.
Yeah, it's Biden's to give to whoever the fuck he wants. Like,
well, no, it would be the DNC to give whoever they want.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
I'm sure they're all working. Everyone's like, here's the game plan.
Sure.
And voting for Biden would be voting for this other person.
This is going to be a controversial election as it is. Okay. Why would you want to saddle Newsom with this baggage of he wasn't even elected by the people? He was assigned by the deep state Democrats. Like, why? It just feels like such a bad fucking move strategically to do. Doesn't it? Am I wrong? I mean, that's going to open up so many avenues of attack against them.
Of course, all those attacks are going to come to fruition, though. But if Biden is literally 10 points down in the polls against Trump, they're going to be ready to withstand those attacks. They're going to be ready to face those attacks. I mean, they're going to lose anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree. All those attacks are going to be levied at him. Or Democrats are going to go, look, we want to win, and he's young, and I mean, he's a terrible liar, and everyone knows he's fucking lying. But,
right.
But look, he looks like a president. Throw him in there, kid.
Well, the problem is, and there's another article I read about this, because I think it's technically true that the political parties could do whatever they want. I mean, they're private organizations. They could essentially do whatever they want, so they could assign whoever they wanted. But the problem is a lot of the states have different deadlines for who gets to be on the ballot.
Right. Yeah.
And so they'd have to do the switch before those deadlines, or those states would have to change their laws, because otherwise the Newsom or whoever wouldn't be allowed on the ballot because they missed the deadline.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Democrats they have whoever's in charge of ballot access on speed dial. Like, all the Democrats are working together to win.
Yeah, but that'd only be for blue states. Red states would just say, we're not going to change it. Fuck you. Or purple states, right? You'd be playing a dangerous game with these purple states, right?
I think the election law is done by the state legislatures, which could be predominantly Republican or Democrat, but I do think the election bodies are forced to have equal Republicans and Democrats in there.
They do, but I'm saying if it's a state law that makes a determination about like the deadline for someone to be on the ballot, right?
Yeah.
That would be a dangerous game for the Democrats to play, to try to get all those various states to change the deadline because Joe Biden is going to drop out after the deadline. They're going to try to do the switcheroo thing on him. So
Look, and obviously I'm speculating here. If this is the game plan, the Democrats are getting ready for this game plan now. It's not like going to be a last minute switcheroo.
yeah, but see,
I mean, I'm arguing the whole reason why Newsom did this debate with DeSantis is so that he can have some sort of public recognition when this
no,
happens. So
I
everyone
agree.
would say,
I agree completely. We both
Yeah.
made that point. And I think that is what happened. But I think that was more Newsom trying to signal that to Biden and the DNC. I don't think there is a plan in place. And if there is, I think it's going to be a last minute plan because, as you said, as we get closer to the election, Biden's poll numbers get lower and lower and lower, as opposed to them planning that this is like the conspiracy from the beginning right now.
what makes you think that that high status individuals in the DNC are not having these conversations?
Well, no, I'm sure they are, but
Okay.
it's not like they're not sitting there ready. I don't think there's a plan where I don't think anyone right now in the DNC has created a plan where they're like, on this day, Joe Biden is going to say he's not running for president, and we're going to swap him with Gavin Newsom. I don't think any of that's solidified at all whatsoever.
Do you think there are people that are saying we need a plan B?
Yes,
Okay.
I do think that's going on.
So what is the plan B?
It's to presumably switch it with Newsom or someone else, probably Newsom.
Okay.
Right.
Dependent upon what?
On whether they can get Joe Biden to drop out or not.
And also, I mean, I'm sure they're saying, look, Joe, obviously you're going to be way ahead of Trump in the polls. He's a fucking neo-Nazi. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When really they're thinking, oh my God, he's going to be losing by 10 points to a neo-Nazi.
Right.
So while they're saying, look, obviously you're going to be in the polls, but just in case maybe you're down like double digits in the polls, you would drop out, right? Oh yes, of course I would.
Yeah, but was he say that? What if he
the
says
risk
no?
of a because Joe, a neo-Nazi would become president if you didn't drop out. You realize that you don't want a neo-Nazi to be president. Oh yes, of course. What is it bedtime yet? I need to go to bed.
But if Joe's like, listen, you horse-faced pony soldier. I'm the
Yeah,
I
exactly.
beat Trump once, and I'm the only one that could beat him again.
Look,
and then he shuffles away. Okay.
You hope
Right.
you hope he's not so senile.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
That he doesn't remember the deal.
Because it's becoming, to me, if there's going to be a swap with Newsom, I feel like it'd be a lot smarter to do it sooner than later. And we're really approaching that time where that needs to happen. And it's not happening. Now, again, we can wake up tomorrow and it can happen. But they should do it sooner than later. I think the later they hold out if this plan was real, it's a worse and worse idea. And it completely undercuts Newsom's legitimacy as a candidate the later and later they hold back because like, well, the voters never they didn't choose you. You were literally chosen by the DNC. And I think that will have an effect. He could still win, but I think that will hurt his chances of winning. And I think it seems like
you think it'll hurt his chances of winning in the general?
Yes, definitely.
But do you agree that the last thing the elitist Democrat shitheads want is like a shit show with Marianne Williams?
No, I completely no. If this comes to, because I think like if there was a primary, right, and it was like Gavin Newsom, RFK, Jank,
exactly.
Marianne
Williams like, all debating about how
I think Gavin
Palestine,
Newsom,
Palestine should.
I think Gavin Newsom would win these debates. I think he would just win normally because he's just the biggest name and he's probably going to say the most like mainstream things. I think Gavin Newsom would just win the normal primary anyway.
Right, so but it's gonna hurt it's gonna take him down a peg though.
A little bit, but he's gonna be running against Trump, right? So it's gonna be like, oh, you have the vote for Gavin Newsom or like the ultimate evil dictator, right?
Yeah, but look,
those are gonna be the presented choices.
Democrats will not show up though. They're always at a disadvantage because the Democratic base might just go, oh, look, this guy supports Israel. Fuck him.
I don't agree.
Okay.
To me, he loses so much more he would take, in my opinion, Newsom would take so much more damage from being assigned the candidate by the DNC than going through the normal process and winning and having to deal with people, other candidates throwing whatever they throw at him.
I mean, you could be right. It's hard to say what
it's
the
going to be
damage is.
spun so bad. It's going to be spun because it's going to be spun like the deep state. The deep state chose Gavin Newsom. You voters, you didn't choose him. The deep state literally chose Gavin Newsom. You didn't even get to vote for him. It's going to be spun that way.
Do the Democrats say the deep state? I mean, I know they talk about Bernie.
The Democrats don't know. I'm saying Donald
They
Trump
talk about the
going to say it.
DNC.
Well,
yeah, but who cares what he says?
Yeah, but it's going to have
Democrats they're worried about.
stickiness. It's going to have a level of stickiness
The only thing
beyond the Trump supporters.
The only thing Newsom needs to worry about is the base not turning out.
A lot of people might be turned off by like this guy that was just randomly assigned. I'm telling you, it's going to be a weird thing, and it's not worth. It is not. It is a huge. Okay, here's why I will say this, and I'll say this definitively. If this happens, okay, this is what's going to happen. If this happens, if they sub out Biden for Newsom, okay, with like 95% certainty, I will say that the reason it happened was because they could not convince Joe Biden to step aside until the last minute. And that's why they had to do the switcheroo.
Well, that's what they're going to claim anyway.
No. I think that's going to be true.
Okay, but they're going to claim that too.
True. Right.
To avoid the claims that you're saying.
But no one will believe them. Okay. I think it will be completely true, but no one will believe them. Everyone will believe what you're saying, which is that no, they just wanted to assign Newsom and they wanted to circumvent the vote.
Newsom.
Newsom, sorry.
Let's get it right. We're going to be talking about this guy when he becomes the presidential candidate.
Gavin here.
Gavin.
Okay?
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin. Okay. Everyone's going to say, I think what they're going to say is actually true. I think it was just a horrible incompetency in the fact of Joe Biden's ego that he would not step aside until the last minute. And they finally got him to do it. And there was no time for the election. That. Right. And there was no time for the election by the time they actually got him to step aside. But no one will believe it. They will all think it was planned from the beginning, and this was all a way to circumvent the democratic process. I don't believe that because in my mind, it would be such a bafflingly stupid mistake to saddle Newsom with that anchor. Then he doesn't need it again and give Trump all this ammunition. So I can't imagine that this would be someone's intentional plan because it's just so fucking blatantly stupid.
Well, the whole thing about saddling him, if it comes together in the way that I'm speculating and that Biden is so far down in the polls, like Democrats just, they're demoralized. There's no way they think they have any chance of winning. Then it doesn't really reflect that badly on Newsom if he comes in and everyone hates him because he was assigned the candidacy. I mean, they were going to lose anyway, so it's like a push.
No, I get it. It'll be a massive Hail Mary as opposed to a more normal process of just we had primaries and this guy won,
Right.
So
if Biden stays in the race, and I've heard people saying Biden is not even going to do a debate with Trump. What the heck?
I mean, that'd be wild, yeah.
Yeah, every single presidential election in my entire lifetime, there's always a debate between the candidates. Do you think there's any validity to those speculations?
It's possible. I think it would be. I mean, it's definitely possible. It is if the Biden camp refuses to debate Trump, to me that would confirm basically everything about Biden is just completely incompetent and senile. Because there's no other reason for that other than that, right?
Right.
Like if that's the case, you have to assume the worst. Because what they're saying is what that would be saying is whatever he goes out and says is going to be so bad that they're willing to take all of your horrible assumptions over him actually doing the action, right?
Oh God, it's so pathetic.
It's because it's funny because I remember I had this conversation with my parents actually, because they were all like, we heard, Donald Trump, isn't going to do a debate against Biden. I'm like, what are you talking about?
He's dying to do a debate against him.
I'm like, if Donald Trump didn't do a debate with Joe Biden, that would be a massive gift to Joe Biden and make Donald Trump look like horribly incompetent and cowardly. There's no way in hell that Donald Trump would just by his own volition say, "Oh, I'm not going to debate Joe Biden." That would be so stupid. If that was the case, then I would actually maybe believe that David Pakman was right and there was some wacky shit up with Donald Trump.
That
Because I'd be like, "What the hell's going on here? Why would he not want to debate Joe Biden? That's so weird."
that's a little scary that your parents even said that, because that makes me think Joe Biden is not going to do a debate, and they're going to spin it as Trump didn't want to do the debate.
Yeah, but it's going to be impossible because if that's not the case, he'll just come out and say it's not the case. And
Because Trump's
one of
going to
those
be
things.
out on the stump every day going,
Yes,
why
right.
won't he debate me? Don't be a chicken shit. Debate
Right.
me. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And you're
There's
right,
no
there
way
could
he
be
can get
some
away with it.
scenario where like they make up some BS where it's like, well, the Biden team reached out to Trump to try to get something organized, and the Trump team just kept refusing to work with us. So he's lying. Like, right, there could be this like stupid he said, she said stuff about the debate, and a lot of the Democratic diehard people will believe it, and Dave Pakman will repeat it, right? But I think when you just look at the two candidates, people's intuition are going to be like, I know which one of the people didn't want to actually debate, right? Like,
Yeah, it's going to be Biden all the
yeah,
way.
so
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be crazy.
I don't know. So again, that's my prediction. If I don't think there's a secret plan to replace. I think people are thinking about it. I don't think there's in the works the plan to replace Biden with Newsom because it just seems like it's such a terrible idea.
Well, I don't know that I classify it as a secret plan. I think it's like a contingency plan.
Right. I agree with it.
And it sounds like you do agree that
yes,
there is a contingency plan.
100% agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Grendel Vat, thank you for the 20 Get the memberships. Thank you. And thank you for 10 months. Sitch, Adam, CT, and chat. Thank you all for a great year. Well, thank you, Grendel.
Yeah, thanks.
CT for 5K says, since there are no streams, I'll try to host some movie nights in the Discord. If anyone is lacking holiday plans, come hang out. Hail Santa. Well, there you go. Check out the Laser Discord.
Sweet.
Stug for $5 says, everyone enjoy your holidays. I can't wait to say I haven't seen a Sitch and Adam stream since last year in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Dodoms for 2. Buck says, Adam, how would you describe what the economy is?
That's a tough one. I don't even know. I don't know.
What does the question even mean? Like, is it doing good or bad? What do you mean by that?
The economy.
Newsom. I know, I keep saying Newsom. Newsom. Listen.
An economy is a system of production and consumption activities that determine how resources are allocated among all of its participants. That's good. I'm down with that.
There you go.
You agree with that, right, Sitch? I mean, that's
sure.
Not too controversial. Well, I was arguing with people on Twitter about the origin of the price level, which just seems crystal clear to me, but people are like, they want to overcomplicate it.
PC for $2 says politicians are famous for their well thought plans. Yeah, I assume that's sarcasm. But yeah, no, listen, I understand what you're saying. But just if you're a DNC strategist and your main goal here is like they just want to defeat Donald Trump, they don't really care who, right? Defeat Donald Trump. They just want someone to defeat Donald Trump. It's hard for me. Again, I could be wrong. Everyone could just be literally retarded, which is always a thing that I have to keep in my mind. It's hard for me to imagine placing myself in the mind of a DNC strategist and thinking that it's better to have a candidate assigned there to defeat Trump as opposed to just having them go through the normal election process. And I think it's just more likely that Joe Biden is egotistical, and he's just maintaining power, and people just are telling him to stop and he won't, or people are just too afraid to challenge him to tell him to stop, That'd be my guess.
I think from the perspective of a DNC elite, I think their thought process might go something like, oh, the normal people will pick someone that doesn't stand any chance of beating Donald Trump, and that we, the elites, know who can win.
But they don't have to worry about that because of the super delegates. So it's so super unlikely anyway, right? And that's the whole thing with Hillary and Bernie, that the Bernie bros were complaining about.
What are this? You're saying that the best candidate would be produced through a normal primary process.
No, I'm saying
that's what you just said.
I'm saying a candidate who could beat Donald Trump would be produced through the normal election process.
Right.
Right.
So you think a normal primary process would produce the candidate most likely to beat Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
As opposed
And I
to
could see
as opposed to assigning them at the last minute. Okay.
Okay. And I think it would be very easy for powerful people inside the DNC. Their thought process would be more like a primary election is going to produce some socialist that stands absolutely no chance of beating Donald Trump. And we, the elites, must place somebody that's more moderate, like Gavin Newsom, into that position. And that's how we stand the best chance of beating Donald Trump in the election.
Yeah, but
whether or not that's true,
right.
I could see some
Like
DNC elites thinking that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, sure, yeah, it's definitely possible that there are egotistical retards managing the DNC.
Look, I don't
that would
even
have
mind
that
you
thought
calling.
process. So
I don't
it's
even
very
mind you
possible.
calling them that, because that's true. Look, I'm a believer in democracy, so I do think they're probably overly optimistic about, and your intuition about, the backlash from placing somebody like some authoritarian institution in is probably correct about the voters.
Right.
The base will
they're
probably
just
stay
too
home.
stupid to see it. Yeah.
I mean, it hurt Hillary Clinton.
Sure. And I mean, again, that was just with the superdelegate stuff as it was, right? Which
Yes.
I would think if they wanted to do this like replacement thing, they could just hinge things on the superdelegates instead of this, whatever this is. So,
I mean, I think Florida isn't even having a primary election. They're just giving it to Biden.
well, yeah, but I'm assuming it's gonna be most states for the Democratic Party. They're not gonna have a primary. Why would they?
Because there are other candidates running.
Yeah, but it's very rare where if there's an incumbent that's a president specifically that the party would say, oh well, we're going to allow you to challenge our incumbent. That's very rare. I don't know if that's so it wouldn't surprise me if most states do. The DNCs in most states say no, it's not going to be a primary. So
I think, yeah, I don't know if I don't know what happened when Obama was president. I don't know if there was a primary just as a formality and that other candidates ran that we just didn't hear about, because
I don't believe there was.
Yeah, I don't know. I know there's a bunch of candidates running now. Marianne Williams, Jenks, Dean Phillips. Phillips is paying like $5 million to get on the ballot in all these states.
Is Cenk even going to be on the ballot in most of these states? I mean,
Cenk is on, I believe, 3 ballots already.
Okay, already, yeah.
Yeah. And Dean Phillips was saying he's paying $5 million to get on the ballot in all the states, and all of them were super chapped that Florida did what they did, because evidently it's not the norm.
No, I think it is the norm, but we haven't been in the situation, I think, where there's been a candidate who people are afraid of is going to die or literally can't leave.
They did. I guess they're supposed to hold a primary election, but they did some thing where they said, we're not going to do it if you have any objections, appear at this place at this time to voice your objections.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wrote that on a napkin and slid it under someone's desk, so nobody knew when the date and time was for the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And basically they just kind of snuck it through. That's what the narrative was from Cenk and Young Turks.
Right.
Because he was trying to get on the ballot in Florida.
Let's see. It says, because I'm curious, I want to look this up. How many states did a primary in 2012?
That's a good question.
For the Democrats. So, I mean, there were states that did it. There were states that did it. But I don't know. I can't find a quick answer for how many states did it versus how many just gave it to Obama. I don't know the answer then. Maybe it
People
is all
always show
information.
up. They're like, listen, fuck this president. I don't care. I'm voting for someone else.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, PC for $2 says politician. Oh, everyone. Stug for $2 says, hear me out. Biden runs with Hillary as VP.
Oh man, nothing would surprise me at this
That'd
point.
be disastrous. Shinto for 15 months says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. See you all next year. May A class get all the presents and S class get all the coal. Wow, Shinto.
Whoa, come on, let's be nice here.
Jesus. Drew the Dogma for 14 months says, they know Biden is senile, can't win without shenanigans. Also, eugenics is bad, state involvement or not. Well, I think
Okay.
they know Biden is senile. I agree with that. Michael for 15 months says, I hope that bit about throwing insults and asking for invites wasn't about me. It wasn't about you, Michael. If you insulted us, I missed it. Anyway, I love you too. If an insult was offered, please know it was unintended. Well, thank you.
Look, I do that. Another stream. I do think I mistook something Michael said as an insult, and he clarified so. But no, not this stream.
Okay. Oh, wait, super important. The winner of the Laser Discord short story contest was decided. CT wants me to tell you it was the Inverted Gentleman. Well, there you go. Congratulations, the Inverted Gentleman, on winning the Laser Discord short story contest.
That's amazing.
There you go.
Cool.
Congratulations. Awesome.
Inverted Gentleman.
The Inverted Gentleman.
Sounds like he's somewhat a character in my favorite movie, Tenet.
Anyways.
Are we wrapping it up?
We're wrapping it up.
Okay.
The last stream for the year. Though we will put out videos next week. So you will have your doses of Sitch and Adam to tide you over. Maybe we'll do some mini streams during the week. We'll see. Who knows? Who knows what magic could happen, right?
Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. Maybe we'll be streaming on a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday or even a Saturday. Who knows? It's crazy. We'll do what we want. We're rebels here.
Biden could come out and say, listen, I've decided I'm going to step down and I'm going to make my replacement Donald Trump.
There you go. Check out Inverted Gentleman's Substack. There you go. CT just linked it in the chat.
Can Biden give his nomination to Donald Trump? What would happen then?
That would be interesting. The DNC nominates Donald Trump. Wait, what?
And he's nominated by the Republicans too? Does that just make him instantly president?
That would. Yeah, no, what happens? No, see, here's like the move. The DNC nominates Jared Kushner. Split apart the Trump family. Okay. Look at that. It's a power play. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Hope you all have a fantastic Christmas, a happy Hanukkah, even a happy Kwanzaa, happy whatever holiday that you may celebrate, and have a wonderful, wonderful new year, baby. 2024 is going to be a blast, right? It's going to be ups and downs and lefts and rights. It's going to be all over the place. There's going to be drama. It's going to be exciting. So we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye. I wanted to save the future.